Well, good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 40 degrees right now, pretty chilly, but I think you're really going to love this afternoon. Stick around for the weather still to come. Tennessee lawmakers are considering a bill today that would allow schools to either refuse admission to or charge tuition for students who are not legally in the country. The bill drew protests to the State House yesterday.
It's cruel. It's cruelty. Right? I've already paid for it. I should ask.
We recognize that the immigration system is broken. Our education system is broken. We should be working in solutions to fix this rather than make this divisive, racist.
The bill's sponsor is State Senator Bo Watson. He says teaching English as a second language is expensive. Now, that bill will head to a House committee today after passing the Senate Education Committee last week. Well, we've learned that 2 people died on Saturday when 2 dump trucks collided head-on in Shelbyville. Tennessee Highway Patrol said that crash happened on State Route 437 when 24-year-old Marcus Johnston's dump truck crossed over the center line and collided with the dump truck driven by 46-year-old Dante Gould. Both drivers were killed when their trucks caught on fire. A federal judge thinks that Elon Musk has too much power and not enough transparency.
A federal judge Monday night ruled that Elon Musk's White House Government Efficiency Office should be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It's a victory for an independent watchdog group. U.S. District Judge Chris Cooper determined that Musk's outfit must respond to an information request to learn more about the group's role in mass firings and restructuring the federal government, ordering Musk's group to preserve any relevant records.
That's Chuck Siebertson reporting from ABC. Meantime, Musk admits that his X social media site has come under cyber attack, knocking users off the site for hours at a time yesterday. He tells Fox Business's Larry Kudlow that those attacks are coming from Ukraine. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
U.S. stocks tumbled to their worst day in years Monday, mainly over fears of a trade war over President Trump's tariff threats. The Dow dropped 890 points. The S&P lost 156. The Nasdaq fell 4%, shedding 728 points. The Canadian province of Ontario is confronting Trump's trade war head-on, slapping a 25% tariff on electricity that is shipped to 1.5 million Americans in Minnesota, New York, and Michigan. It's estimated the additional cost to affected households is about $69 a month. Global financial services company Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi tells ABC News that the U.S. recession risk has gone up from 15% at the start of the year to now 35%.
And stock market futures this morning are pointing upward, really not by much compared to yesterday's losses. The Dow futures, they're up 122. We've got NASDAQ futures gaining 98, and the S&P futures are plus 22 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, no delays so far on the major roadways heading in, and you could expect the traffic might be a little bit easier today. It's because a bunch of school systems are on spring break right now, including Metro Nashville, Wilson, and Williamson counties. So it should be a good day on the roadways. Hope I didn't jinx myself. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Action-packed show today. We've got Congressman John Rose coming up at 7:05 as they march towards a possible government shutdown. We'll talk about that with the congressman. Really excited for 7:35. We do have Stephen Bucci with us. Foreign policy update there. 8:05, State Senator Mark Pody going to talk about private prisons in the state of Tennessee, a conversation that we had yesterday, and we'll continue that discussion this morning. And Matthew Hurt will be joining us in the 6 o'clock hour as well. So a lot of stories to talk about this morning. The war on Elon Musk is getting just repugnant and repulsive. We'll talk about that as well. But right now, you heard the Red Eye guys talking about this, and also the top of the hour news, where Joan was talking about what is going on between us and Canada. Now, the war of words and tariffs and everything else between Canada and the U.S., it did continue overnight. And you know this guy, the Premier Doug Ford in Ontario, Canada, the Premier Doug Ford, this is the guy who said that he would be more than willing to shut off the energy to portions of the United States and do it with a smile on his face. Remember that whole conversation? Well, he's at it again.
I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
So he's basically threatening to shut off. This has turned into obviously a tariff war, but this dude is literally saying that he will shut off the energy going to various states here in America. Michigan is one. You've got Minnesota is another. Now, one of the things you got to talk about with this is that while Trump is talking about tariffs, this guy is talking about shutting it off completely. So he is escalating big time. Again, this is Ontario, Canada Premier Doug Ford. And so the headline overnight was, and this was in the Daily Mail, Trump drops new tariff bombshell after Canada threatens to shut off electricity completely to 3 U.S. states. Now, first of all, just so you know, Ontario, Canada is where Toronto is. Premier Doug Ford is the guy in charge, and he's like the governor. But his region powers Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. Now, remember, this is the guy that has threatened, again, this before, a couple of weeks ago. His response to tariffs is this massive escalation where he just shuts off the Canadian power to an entire region.
For weeks now, we've been faced with so much uncertainty coming from President Trump. Each day brings new tariff threats. Now, President Trump is threatening tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's pointing his finger at dairy and lumber, shifting timelines, different excuses, chaos and confusion. Until these tariffs are off the table, until the threat of tariffs is gone for good, Ontario will not relent.
So, and they're not. Now, remember that Donald Trump has put those tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He's put those off until April 2nd. But Ford has already placed his own 25% surcharge on those states this week. But the question is, and we keep hammering this question, who needs who more? In 2023, Canada exported $3.2 billion of electricity into America. We imported $1.2 billion. In other words, they need us way more than we need them. because the energy that we get from Canada in Minnesota, and I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail here in a second, but if we're talking about Michigan, New York, and Minnesota, we have a lot of avenues to get energy. It's not just from Canada. As a matter of fact, just a small portion of the energy that we utilize in those states is actually from Canada. So this dude is talking a big game, and that's fine. But the reality is that they need us far more than we need them. And that is what Donald Trump has been talking about. Trump and our government, one of the things that we need to do is we need inspiration to build more power plants, go nuclear, do whatever we need to do, upgrade our grid. But here in America, we cannot be held hostage by Canada. And let's be honest, we're really not. Because we do have our own avenues to get energy and electricity and all of that. We do have the ability to do this ourselves. But the bottom line is we need to do what we need to do to upgrade our systems, to upgrade our grid, to go nuclear. I'm a big fan of nuclear power. And so while the premier of Toronto, Canada, and this guy Ford, while he's talking tough, all it's going to do, in my opinion, and this is what it should do, is inspire America to become more energy independent. And so regardless of what Donald Trump has been doing or threatening regarding tariffs, we can't have our nation's power controlled by other countries who then turn around and threaten to turn the power off during a tariff war. Because again, that is a massive escalation. And that's the bottom line.
We will apply maximum pressure to maximize our leverage. That's why today we're moving forward with a 25% surcharge on electricity exports. For the 1.5 million American homes and businesses that Ontario powers, on an average, this will add around $100 per month to the bills of hardworking Americans. Let me be clear, I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
You know, it is one thing to, again, answer tariff threats with other tariff threats or surcharges, that kind of an escalation in tariffs. But this seems a little crazed to just threaten to turn off the electricity to 3 American states. Now, that being said, in Michigan, only a small fraction of their energy comes from Canada. They get most of it domestically with nuclear, natural gas, coal, and other sources. The same with Minnesota. They say that New York does have more of a dependence on Canada, but that it's not insurmountable. In other words, if Canada decides, okay, then we're going to go ahead and on top of this 25% surcharge, we're literally going to turn the energy off. New York, they say, could get power from neighboring states. So while this is, obviously problematic, I think that Canada, and if you read what people are saying in Canada, they're saying this guy, the prime minister, not prime minister, but the guy in charge of Ontario, they're saying the premier, they're saying that he has lost his ever-loving mind. People are worried that he is way escalating this to the point where he doesn't need to. And so now they're worried that Trump is going to really throw down the hammer on Canada because of what this guy is doing. So I've got a little bit more on this and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
One problem this morning, it's on Old Hickory Boulevard at Larkin Springs Road, a crash there involving some injuries. Take your time as you're headed out. This morning, the major roadways are looking good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. 5:15, Nashville's Morning News. And as far as your weather today, a high of 74 and sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it's interesting because, of course, I've just played you all this audio, big news overnight. with this premier, Doug Ford in Canada, and how he is Ontario, Canada, and he's threatening to cut off the energy to New York, Minnesota, and Michigan, which is a grand escalation. And so now Donald Trump, speaking from the Oval Office, and by the way, Trump is responding. And here's part of what he said on the socials. Despite the fact that Canada is charging the USA from 250% to 390% tariffs on many of our farm products, Ontario just announced a 25% surcharge on electricity, of all things. And you're not even allowed to do that, he said in a Truth Social post. However, Donald Trump said that the U.S. will just get it all back on April 2nd, when the administration's reciprocal tariff plan goes into effect. So I guess when you look at what this guy, the premier out of Ontario, Canada, Toronto, Doug Ford is doing, it is a big escalation. And Trump, I think he is just keeping his powder dry. He's watching and he's deciding how exactly he's going to deal with this major escalation of this guy threatening to turn off the electricity in these three states. Trump speaking from the Oval Office, reporters, of course, as you can imagine, peppering him with questions, continued to talk about Canada being the 51st state.
You know, we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. Canada, their taxes would come down greatly. Their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada. And really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
I think part of what's going on, because he knows that he's not going to be able to pull this off. I think clearly one of the things that he is doing is he is trolling Canada. One comment, though, that he made that seemed to fly under the radar was when Trump intimated or hinted that he might pull away from our military support for Canada. Listen to this.
And Canada's been tough on the military because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So
I mean, there's that part of it too, and a lot of people didn't really pick up on that. I did. I thought that was interesting. We do have this strategic partnership with Canada. They rely on that partnership a lot more than we do. So if they were ever attacked, we would be there. And again, it seems like in all things, whether we're talking about the economy, whether we're talking about militarily, Canada needs us a lot more than we need them. And so it seems like they're picking a fight and they're escalating this to a point where they don't really need to, or they should be. We'll have to see how President Trump reacts today. And I know Trump said that, but if there was ever an attack on Canada, we do obviously share a border, and that would be a threat against America. But again, that's an indication as to how bad a lot of this rhetoric seems to be getting.
people can do with us, they can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it may be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors, that includes everything. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
I mean, that has been what President Trump has been saying all along. It is all about jobs. But one of the things that I thought was interesting was President Trump was asked a question regarding if prices go up, because a lot of people are saying, and I'm going to ask Congressman John Rose this at 7:05, about if prices do go up, what then? And is he worried about a recession? A lot of folks out there are worried about a recession. The big question is, what will happen if there actually is a recession? Trump is more interested in talking about jobs, but his answer I thought was interesting when he was asked, okay, so President Trump, if prices end up going up because of these tariffs, well then who should voters blame? that information, that answer from President Trump is coming up. It is 5:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, Dan stocks took a real beating yesterday. Hope you didn't look at your 401k.
I did.
I know I did too. And I, between the fingers, so we're over the eyes. We'll take a look at the early indicators on Wall Street for this morning. Also, we'll tell you what volunteers pulled out of the Cumberland River during a cleanup over the weekend. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
526. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the question is, and you know it's interesting, because this whole tariff conversation, everybody thinks they know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. You got all these economists on both sides of the aisle, and everybody says, I know, and they don't. Because we've never seen something like this before. When was the last time we had a premier in Canada threatening to shut off our electricity to New York and Michigan and Minnesota? But again, and I love the headlines, by the way. Then I'm going to get to this Trump audio. But I love the headlines because there's all of these alarming headlines, really big font about how this Ontario premier is threatening to cut off the electricity. The lights are going to go down. The lights are going to go dark in, New York and Michigan and Minnesota. Well, I just told you that Canada just gives us a small fraction of the power that we use there, and we can go ahead and utilize more energy domestically to keep the lights on in those states. And my question would be then, okay, well then why the hell aren't we doing that to begin with? I mean, if I were Trump and we've got this guy, Doug Ford, who is threatening to cut off the electricity to 3 states, one of which, Michigan, is really important. Well, then you know what I say? I say effective immediately, we're not going to utilize any Canadian power in Michigan. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do what we need to do domestically to route more power to Michigan from here in America. And you know what else we're going to do? We're going to build a bunch of flippin' power plants to power New York and Michigan and Minnesota. I would love to see nuclear power. I love nuclear power, and that is what we absolutely need to do. So if the Canadian premier, if the Ontario Canada premier, Doug Ford, if he wants to start getting mouthy and start threatening America, well, Trump shouldn't stand for that. I mean, you think that Trump is reckless. I don't think Trump is reckless, but some people say Trump is reckless. Well, what do you call this guy?
And this guy's getting a whole lot of airtime.
Oh, he sure is.
And I feel like, and ABC does this a lot, they tell the story from his point of view. Mm-hmm. Not the American point of view.
Right.
Mind you, it's an American company.
Right.
They tell the story from his point of view as if his point of view is so valid and so lofted that they've got to tell his side first.
Yeah, they're treating him like the victim.
Yes.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
When this guy is literally threatening 3 American states. All right, This is Donald Trump, and he was basically asked, who should voters blame if prices go up?
It's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down.
All right, so again, nobody really knows what's going to happen. But you know what we have seen? And we'll talk about this coming up after the break. We have seen a lot of jobs and a lot of investment coming into America. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yeah, we're still at 40 degrees, so it's pretty chilly this morning. But the afternoon highs right around 76 degrees. Going to be a very nice day. Stick around for the forecast right after this. All eyes are on Wall Street again this morning after the markets plunged on Monday over uncertainty over President Trump's tariffs. against U.S. trading partners.
U.S. stocks suffering widespread losses amid an escalating trade war. The Dow Jones Industrial Average falling 2%, while the S&P 500 declined 2.7%. The tech-heavy Nasdaq plummeted 4%. Tesla, the electric car maker led by Elon Musk, sank 15%, and United Airlines and Delta each fell more than 4%. Following an interview broadcast over the weekend, President Trump said his tariffs could bring a period of transition.
ABC's Melissa Aden reporting stock futures are pointing upward for now. The former volleyball coach at MTSU has been accused of emotionally abusing players. WSMV4 has obtained a memo from the university outlining the complaints that were lodged against Chuck Crawford.
The university said in its memo that Crawford created an environment of fear and intimidation and emotionally abused players. Crawford told us today that he's not perfect, but that he has always conducted himself with integrity. MTSU has since hired a new head volleyball coach, but the women we talked to say they still wanted to speak up about the team's past.
As we all spoke up in this report to ensure no other girl had to go through this experience that we've been going through, and I just don't think the community knows enough about what happened.
Channel 4's Courtney Allen reporting volunteers waded through the Cumberland River over the weekend, picking trash out of the water. The Tennessee River Keeper organization led the group. They say they removed more than 1,000 pounds of trash from the water, including 17 tires. The group says the rising number of homeless encampments along the river has contributed to polluting it. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, drivers, it's East Old Hickory Boulevard at Larkin Springs Road. There's a crash involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with KGB, Jeff Malinoff, and Joan Jones is here as well. Watch us on YouTube. Like and subscribe to the channel if you would. Throw us a bone. And our Daily Dan poll is up. And today's Daily Dan poll is, how did we phrase it, KGB? You're the one that put it up?
Yeah, should the state of Tennessee ban private prisons?
All right, and what are people saying thus far?
62 to yes. So 62, 38, it looks like 62% to yes.
And that is hearkening back to our conversation with Tim Leeper at 8:05 yesterday. That conversation does continue today with Mark Pody coming up at 8:05 here on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, Joan, I don't know if you are paying attention to all of the debates over what these tariffs are going to do to America's economy, but it is interesting because you've got two extremes, right? You've got Trump, who is out there saying that they're going to make America great again, right? It's going to be the greatest thing we've ever seen, as Trump does, like nothing we've ever seen before. And then you've got the other side of the equation, where people are saying it is going to destroy our economy and it's going to, lead to recession and all of these other things. And who do you believe when all of this is going on? Who do you look to? Do you have like a financial sort of north to pay attention to?
She's not there. I wanted to stop you, but you were on a roll.
So literally, I spent the last 2 minutes asking Joan a question. Wait,
hold
on.
There. She left right before you started talking.
Is she okay?
No, she went to the bathroom, I think.
Okay.
No, she's fine.
We kind of do this every day
I know,
at the same time.
She just wandered off like my dad does at theme parks, but she's not there. But I was like, as soon as you started talking, I was like, do I interrupt him? But
she must not be.
I am here.
Oh, you're back.
Are you okay, Joan?
Yeah.
We do this every day at the same time.
Sorry.
I don't know where. I
didn't want to interrupt you. You were on a roll.
I went through this great, as I tend to do, this long-winded question.
It was a couple of minutes.
And then KGB's like, she's not there.
Dead air.
Like, I legitimately wanted to stop you, but I'm like, he's on a good roll.
It's fine. Whatever.
Restate your question, sir.
I
can't restate the question. It was too long, and I don't even remember what I said.
It was roughly a 3-minute question.
So what I do is I do commentary within a question. Bottom line is, Joan, with all the tariff talk, you have one side, Trump's side, and Donald Trump himself saying these tariffs are going to be great and it's going to make America rich again. We're going to eliminate income taxes with all of these tariffs. You have the other side that is saying that it's going to destroy our economy, cause long-term recessions, and all of the other things. Who do you believe in all this? Like, do you have somebody that you listen to that you believe?
Yeah, myself. When your gut tells you, look, the Democrats are going to oppose every and anything. Their goal is not to advance the American football.
Right.
Their goal is to take that football and pull it out from under the Republicans at every pass, every way they can. All they want to do is make Republicans look bad. So that's my guiding factor. And I think that that's the case here.
See, that's kind of where I'm at, too, is there's a number of things. Number one is these are the same people that ignored Joe Biden's catastrophic economy, where he made decisions that made our economy worse. That's number one. Number two, these are the same people who, when Trump was elected the first time, said he would destroy our economy, and it was literally the opposite.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm not an economist, but even these really smart economists, everybody has differing opinions. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But so far, I like what I've seen. The evidence that we have seen thus far is, number one, we're really ticking off Canada. Covered that in the first segment, which is fine. But we've already seen a bunch of jobs coming back to America because these foreign countries and these companies want to avoid the tariffs. I mean, just there's so many good examples, and you forget from day to day to day because there's so many different examples day to day. So just a quick recap. Honda will be shifting some production to Indiana from Mexico. Stellantis is putting 1,500 people back to work in Illinois. Facilities are opening back up in Detroit. Investments are being made in Ohio. By the way, all of these because of tariffs. Apple, we've talked about all of these, committing that $500 billion in investments. Nissan, production might be moving back to the U.S. from Mexico. Samsung and LG headed back to America as well. Big possibility there. Remember, they did do that in Donald Trump's first term. They opened up a plant right here in Tennessee. And, of course, that big Taiwan semiconductor company and their $100 billion investment as well. So
I'm glad you reviewed those because people hear what's happening on the news every day and they forget about those things, those successes, because the media just papers right over them.
Well, that's the thing is that when you listen to the news and all you hear is the slant from one side, right? So the left is going to tell you their dire doom predictions about our economy, and I just try to give more of a well-rounded perspective on all of this because there have been victories. And Donald Trump has made a lot. He's had a lot of victories over the last, 6 or 7 weeks. I mean, it is amazing. It's only been 6 or 7 weeks.
Feels like a lifetime.
So to me, yeah. And again, because we do have this fire hose of a news cycle, every single day there is, more and more stuff. So you do have to, take a step back and review the successes. I believe that prices are going to go up. I think that Trump is right now negotiating the only way that he knows how, and that is, number one, is with threats and cajoling and this kind of a thing. It's what the president does. And if ultimately he ends up with better deals for America, well, then how is that a bad thing? And if we can get more jobs in the process, then, that's great as well. Remember, we all spoke about this last week. Chris was all over this yesterday. Native-born Americans, jobs for native-born Americans went up by 284,000, while foreign-born workers, their jobs went down by 87,000 in the jobs report that came out last week. So, yeah, there's a lot of successes. And the left and all of these economists that are affiliated with the Democrats, they're going to say what they're going to say. The economy's going to be a little topsy-turvy. We're just going to have to see where the whole thing goes.
Don't you sometimes feel like President Trump needs two shields? Like the one shield that protects against the foreign countries and foreign adversaries, and one shield just for Democrats.
Yep.
Because he's got to fight them off too.
Mm-hmm. He does. You know who else is under attack?
Who? Elon Musk.
There
Absolutely.
you go.
Yeah.
Elon Musk. Now, this is what Trump said about Elon Musk. This was, I think, yesterday.
No, he's done a great job. And he's paying a price for it.
He said he had
didn't
death
need this.
threats.
He's paying a price for it, I guess. I don't know. He actually is a real patriot. This is something that's really not good for him, and yet he's doing it. But he's opened a lot of eyes.
Yeah, that was Maria Bartiromo, her interview with him on Sunday. But, I mean, yesterday I talked about this a lot, where the sales of Tesla, they are down a lot.
People are afraid because they're being
being
cars
harassed.
are being shot at. They're being harassed as they're driving down the road.
Yep.
Some of the have you seen the videos of the electric car chargers all on fire down a row? I mean, it's crazy what's happening right now.
And that's not just Chicago?
And those are Democrats. I just want people to know this is how the Democrat Party and their ilk, this is how they respond to things. So Trump put out a post on Truth Social. I don't know if you saw this. It says, to Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is putting it on the line in order to help our nation. And he is doing a fantastic job. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla. one of the world's great automakers and Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything that he stands for. Which, a quick sidebar, what does Elon Musk stand for? He stands for efficiency. Yes. Moving right along. Trump continues, they tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box, but how did that work out? In any event, Donald Trump says, I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning, today, as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great again? I mean, good for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I love that he's going to do that. Other people who have the means and the wherewithal are doing that as well. But I understand. See, this is like a fear campaign. You're talking about how people are scared to buy Teslas. We're talking about this yesterday, where there's it's now sport, where there's all these videos of people that are harassing folks who have a Tesla. And a lot of these people are leftists. A lot of these people driving the Teslas are progressives because they bought it back when Elon Musk was considered a Democrat.
Yep.
And so they're harassing their own side. It doesn't make any sense. Meantime, did you hear, I don't know, and again, there's so much out there, but did you hear the latest that Elon Musk has found from the Department of Education?
Oh, no.
Listen to some of this. DOGE found that a $4.6 million contract was signed to coordinate Zoom and in-person meetings. $4.6 million of a contract with, I guess, an independent contractor just to coordinate Zoom and in-person meetings.
You could do that, and I could do it for nothing.
Well, how about this? If you've got a Zoom meeting, why don't you coordinate it yourself?
Right.
That's what email blasts are for.
Right.
They also found a $3 million contract to write a report that showed that prior reports were not utilized by the schools. So they paid $3 million to write a report that proved that prior reports were not being utilized. How?
Nuh-uh. That's how you can put in a report.
Then you have a $1.4 million contract to physically observe mailing and clerical operations.
So just standing there.
Oh, my goodness.
Just standing there.
Just standing there.
I'd like that gig. I really would. That'd be a pretty good gig. Easy gig.
$3 million a year.
You know this is all fraud. This is nobody's actually doing that. It's a fraud contract.
It is. As a matter of fact, coming up in the next hour, I am going to play. Elon Musk had a great interview with Larry Kudlow on, he's on Fox Business, right?
Yes.
Larry Kudlow on Fox Business.
Oh, yeah, this was good.
Did you watch the interview?
I did.
He came off, you know how sometimes Elon comes off as very like Elon? You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like
elusive
chainsaw of bureaucracy, right? I mean, he's just very. Yesterday, during that interview with Larry Kudlow, his demeanor was definitely different. And I don't know if it was because he had a hard day, because the rocket blew up and Tesla shares are down and the sales are down. People are threatening his life. Of course, Twitter, we talked about this yesterday. Twitter is under attack.
Yeah.
And I know the guy's a billionaire, but I feel sorry for Elon Musk.
He's taking nothing to do the job that he's doing for us. Very similar to President Trump.
Yep.
Very similar. And these guys, their lives are being threatened every day, and they go out there with a smile and they say, we're going to do it anyway. It's truly, I don't think that people have any idea of how special a time this is. This is crazy interesting.
I heard a wacky radio show in another market, and they were talking about Teslas.
Yeah.
And they were like, hey, are you going to give away your Tesla because Elon Musk, you just found out that he's so weird? Hey, let's go to the phones. And I'm like, are you kidding me, really? That's your take. that Elon Musk is weird and people should be giving away their Teslas. It's like, oh my gosh, do you have any idea, you wacky disc jockeys, what Elon Musk is trying to do to help America?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
The abuse that this guy is taking, it drives me crazy.
Yep.
Another guy getting abused is J.D. Vance, and I've got some great audio from J.D. as he takes on a heckler. That is coming up right before the news at 6. And during the news at 6, Joan Jones, what do you got?
Well, will Democrats allow the government to shut down? We'll take a look at the short-term funding bill they'll be voting on. Also, a serious accident at Dollywood yesterday, and we'll tell you what we know about that. Those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.56. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so J.D. Vance was speaking at, I guess it's the National League of Cities. Not entirely certain what that is. But he had a heckler, and this is how it went.
You go across the world, and you see a very consistent relationship between a massive increase in immigration and a massive increase in housing prices.
Wait for it.
And we have to be honest about that. Well, I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable. But ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live. That is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing.
You know what I would have loved, Joan? I would have loved for him to, whoever this heckler is, invite her up on stage.
Oh, that would have been good.
Invite her up on stage.
He's very good with debating with people. That would have been excellent.
He would have annihilated her because there's no debate over the negative impacts of illegal immigration. There is no debate whatsoever. And so you just, you know what? You invite the heckler up and you have a conversation. And because I don't know.
Charlie Kirk style, you know?
Charlie Kirk style. I love what Charlie Kirk does.
I know, me too.
Goes off to colleges across the country, and you got all these, know-it-all college students, and they decide to try to take on Charlie Kirk. And then Gavin Newsom decided that he was going to do that, and look how well that worked out for Gavin Newsom. Although, do you know what they're saying about Gavin Newsom, just real quick? They're saying about Gavin Newsom that what he is actually doing is he's trying to move towards the middle with these interviews.
Yeah.
But I just think he's too far gone.
I don't know if he understands the concept of the internet and how things live forever on the internet. We know every policy position he's taken, everything that he's said about trans youth and the things he's done in the past.
All of the hypocrisy.
Yes.
Any debate against him, you just go, point in California. This is him.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do. You don't need to talk.
I mean, you lock in him. He locked all those people in. He had the shutdowns, masks, social distancing, and all of that while he was off, of course, having fancy dinners. He cleans up San Francisco when Xi Jinping comes in, but then it all literally goes to crap again once the Chinese president leaves. So I think there's no hope for Gavin Newsom. We'll have to wait and see. As far as I'm concerned, he can go jump on the trash heap of failed politicians on the Democrat side.
You kept that clean.
Good save. Good save.
Yeah.
It was really difficult.
I was worried I had to hit the dump button there.
Moving right along, it is 6 o'clock on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Well, hello there, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And drivers beware, they're still working an accident scene at Old Hickory Boulevard, East Old Hickory Boulevard at Larkin Springs Road. It's been out there for a while this morning. We begin in Washington, D.C., where House Republicans are accusing Democrats of aiming their anger over Elon Musk at American taxpayers. Democrats are threatening to vote down the GOP's government funding plan that would freeze government funding at fiscal year 2024 levels through 2026. Now, as of last night, several Republicans are still undecided, too, on how they'll vote, despite President Trump making calls to GOP lawmakers still on the fence. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting a pro-Palestinian activist who had organized recent anti-Semitic demonstrations at Columbia University over the weekend. Now, he's not a student there anymore, and the Trump administration said he's been causing trouble on campuses for a long time.
As a Columbia University graduate student, Khalil helped lead pro-Palestinian protests. Federal agents arrested Khalil Saturday. He's currently being held at a detention facility in Louisiana. Khalil's attorney telling ABC News authorities told Khalil his student visa was being revoked, but he no longer has a student visa. He's a green card holder, a permanent resident. and his American wife is 8 months pregnant. President Trump writing, "This is the first arrest of many to come."
In other news, a bill that would require Tennessee public schools to check the immigration status of children is headed for a House committee vote today after having passed the Senate Education Committee last week. Now, that bill allows schools to either turn away or charge tuition to the families of people in the country illegally. This East Tennessee immigration lawyer tells News Channel 11 out of Johnson City that the law wouldn't stand a chance in the Supreme Court.
I think it clearly flies in the face of established precedent set by the Supreme Court in 1982 in Pyler versus Doe. Have that bill go up and eventually, hopefully, make it to the Supreme Court on a writ of certiorari and be heard and re-examine that.
Expect protests outside of the State House today. Dollywood is set to open for the season on Friday, but an accident yesterday led to one employee there being airlifted to a hospital.
Pigeon Forge Fire Chief saying they were also called for a rescue of someone who was trapped. Dollywood saying that their priority right now is supporting that employee and gathering information.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Well, today marks exactly 5 years since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic.
The moment 5 years ago changed the world forever. The head of the World Health Organization declaring COVID-19 a global pandemic.
COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The deadly virus spreading around the world, leading to lockdowns. Washington state recorded the first COVID case in the U.S., but New York City later became the epicenter. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Well, after those huge losses yesterday, the futures are looking okay. We're on the plus side, but the Dow's only up 103. NASDAQ futures up 74 and the S&P futures gaining 18. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still working that crash scene this morning on Old Hickory Boulevard, and crews are working to clean that one up. Also getting slow now on the westbound side of 24 just after Laverne as you make your way into Nashville. Otherwise, looking pretty good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones in the WTN newsroom, KGB producing at 6:37. We do have Matthew Hurt. He'll be joining us. Always looking forward to that conversation. One of the things I'm going to ask Matthew about, by the way, all things Elon, coming up here in just a second. But I do find this fascinating because we've all noticed that Democrats have just become potty mouths, right? I mean, Jasmine Crockett, you've got AOC. A lot of these Democrats, they're dropping F-bombs and all kinds of other bombs left and right. And they're just doing it at this point gratuitously. Politico has this headline: potty mouth Democrats have some new fighting words we cannot put in this headline. And then the subheadline: profanity is not new in politics, but it is reaching new heights on the left. And remember what we talked about earlier, I guess it was this week, maybe last week, but Jasmine Crockett, where she's got like her street language and then she's got her Sunday school language, right? So she can try to appeal to both, but it is clear that as the new voice of the Democrat Party, she is talking street and she's cursing up a storm. But you know what the problem is? The problem is their language is just as bad as their policies. And so they can sit here and they can drop all of the F-bombs they want. They can drop all of the BS bombs that they want. They can call Donald Trump and Elon Musk all the names that they want. But the reality is that the American people were cursing a lot during the last 4 years when Biden was in office. And so it's like all the Democrats can do right now is be the party of discontent, the opposition party to Donald Trump, a duly elected president of the United States, the party of violence, the party of harassment, and the party of low class. And listen, just so you know, I fully understand that Donald Trump will, on occasion, strategically drop the occasional curse word. But it's not gratuitous. It is strategic. The Democrats have gotten into gratuitous cursing. And trust me when I say, I'm not pearl clutching by any stretch of the imagination. But the bottom line is that's all the Democrats can do right now. They are either all talk or they're putting out really bad dance videos. They came out with a second one, by the way. Did you see it? They like doubled down. But they're saying that all of this cursing in Politico, all of this cursing has become part of the Democrats' increased social media strategy. So literally their strategy is to drop a bunch of F-bombs. Now, number one, I think that it is absolutely silly for that to be part of their strategy. Because really, that's how you're going to try to, save America if you're a Democrat, is to start cursing? That's your idea? Well done, Democrats. No wonder you lost. But a couple of things, because they went around and they started talking to, political consultants and so forth. And they say the key to doing this kind of thing is, number one, doing it well, and that you can't overdo it and you can't force it. Well, it's clear that Jasmine Crockett is very used to dropping, F-bombs and so forth. But the reality is that some of these folks, it is clear that they are forcing it. But they also talk about how the Democrats, they're not really meeting the moment, and I'm air quoting that, meeting the moment, because you can be mad as hell, but at the same time, you've got to be able to do something. And simply being the opposite of anything Donald Trump wants, including standing up for a 13-year-old who has cancer and supporting that, which they refuse to do, it just makes you look like trash, Democrats. That's what I would say. Some Democrats now see a core moral failing in the public profanities. This is what it reads. Democrats who think that vulgarity and dehumanization are reliable, appropriate, or beneficial ways to advance their political interests profoundly misunderstand what has happened in our politics and what is required in this moment, says Michael Ware, Barack Obama's former faith outreach advisor and the founder, president, and CEO of the Center for Christianity and Public Life. He says these are not tools that can be used in the service of any political goals. What these things do, these things promote the very distrust, estrangement, and animosity, which is the fuel for the reckless, antagonistic politics Democrats and for all of us ought to reject. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If there was a Republican who was acting the fool like Jasmine Crockett is, I would tell that Republican, have a little bit more class, would you? I would. You know what, KGB? Let's change the WTN poll. This is what I do. So like us, watch us, follow us on YouTube, and you can watch and listen to the radio show on YouTube, and you can take the Daily Dan poll. We had a Daily Dan poll up there, and earlier it was, here in Tennessee, should private prisons be banned? And I think it was like 60-40, 70-30.
Currently it's 65-35.
65-35. But you know what I want? I want my new poll to be, if a Republican was behaving like Jasmine Crockett, would you tell that Republican to, you're going to have to figure this out, KGB, but would you tell that Republican to behave, to act more appropriately, or would you condemn the cursing? If we had our own version of Jasmine Crockett, would we condemn that Republican? I would. I know Joan would. If you got somebody out there representing you and your party and they're acting like Jasmine Crockett, absolutely we would. And here's the other thing with Democrats, talk is cheap, especially their talk. Especially after the 4 years that we just had. And so now their brilliant strategy is to come out and start cursing? Yeah, great job, Democrats. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is 6:15, so that's the new Daily Dan poll. It is going up right now. Bottom line is, if we had a Republican that was acting like Jasmine Crockett, would we condemn that Republican? I know that I would. What would you say? Go take the Daily Dan poll right now. It is on YouTube. Find us, watch us, like us, all the things. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 89.7 WTN.
East Old Hickory Boulevard at Larkin Springs Road. We've got an 42 degrees on the scene. No problems coming in on 65 or 24. No unusual delays on 40 or 440. 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
6:15, 42 degrees right now at WTN. As far as your weather goes, today's going to be nice. High of 74 and sunny. I don't know. We may be getting close to shorts weather. We could be. So nice day today ahead right now. 42 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, Elon Musk. All things Elon Musk real quick. You saw the reaction of the Democrats the other night when Donald Trump gave Elon Musk a shout out.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it, which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Listen to this.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this.
I mean, listen, no, he didn't. Elon Musk, it's like everything that he does and everything that he loves is right now under attack. You know that his social media site, X, of course, has been under attack big time. We got on the air yesterday and X was out. And from what I understand, it was a little wonky all day. Well, he was talking about this with Larry Kudlow.
We're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Wow. Okay. So, but who knows? But what we do know is that he has been under attack, whether it is Tesla, whether it is X, whether it's the death threats that he has been getting, and so forth. And here's the really sad but amazing part, is that this is the guy who is giving Ukraine Starlink systems so that they have internet and so that they can communicate. What a terrible guy Elon Musk is, right? This is the guy who is going to rescue the astronauts that Joe Biden left behind. What an SOB. This is the guy, Elon Musk, who rescued people in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina with Starlink systems so that they could communicate. And here he is with Larry Kudlow talking about the massive savings that he has found already within the federal government.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually. So our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very significant.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion?
Yeah.
Of savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
I mean, he's already found billions in savings. He's uncovered scandal. He's uncovered corruption. He's uncovered spending that was simply not in America's best interest. He's uncovered all of that DEI nonsense with USAID, which 83% of those contracts and so forth have now been canceled by Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. He uncovered all of that propaganda that we were paying for and cultivating in other countries.
Did you also mention that he used his Starlink to help the Ukrainian forces at the start of the war? Did you mention that?
No, I didn't mention that.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
You would think that the Democrats would love him just for that.
You're absolutely right. It is ironic, isn't it?
It is.
Because here he is helping the people of Ukraine, and the Democrats, they don't even see a commonality in that. And, you know, with all of this, Elon knows there is a price to pay.
Yeah. Anyway, so dramatically increasing my risk of being assassinated and... you know, and engaging in politics are not what I want to do. I do not have a death wish, but the stakes are so high that I feel I have no choice but to do it, and that's the reason. So.
You know, there's headlines all over the place this morning, and I don't know if you've seen them, Joan, but they're incredibly misleading, saying that Elon wants to cut entitlements. Elon is going to cut Medicare and Social Security and the like. And no, he wants to cut the waste and the fraud in entitlement spending. There is a big difference.
The waste and fraud in entitlement spending, you know, which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. That's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year.
So they're taking that quote and they're trying to make it seem like he wants to eliminate the big one, which is Medicare and Social Security. When the reality is, and I just played you the audio, what the man said is that he wants to cut the waste and fraud. Again, clearly, big difference. The media is deliberately lying to you, and it's irresponsible. Elon says that this massive entitlement spending is a way for the Democrats to move in voters. Of course, we talked about this a lot.
That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation, because they're losing, you know, if we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave and they'll lose voters.
It's exactly right. And by the way, coming up before the news at 6:30, Congressman Tim Burchett was on Fox News. I think it was either Fox News or Fox Business yesterday. Great interview. And he had a thing or two to say about his appreciation for Elon Musk and what he is accomplishing. That and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan, what do we got?
Yeah, it looks like the University of Tennessee is in hot water with the Trump administration. We'll tell you what's going on there. Those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.622 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, spring cleaning time is here. And my friends at Zero Res, they are offering you a great way to get your carpets clean and save you money. Now, I've been using these folks for years because they don't use harsh chemicals and soaps, just powered water. And that means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, what about that great deal from Zero Res? 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109. You also get 25% off of area rugs. I'm going to repeat that again. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, 25% off of area rugs. Now think about the last few months of snow and all of that rain. All of that dirt and the grime and the bacteria has been tracked into your home. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely get your carpets clean. And for me, that's Zero Res. So call them today at 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Restrictions may apply. Book online at ZeroResNashville.com. That's ZeroResNashville.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They've put 4 windows in my home in the last couple of years, and I suspect they'll be back because Window Nation does great work. So if 2025 is the year that you upgrade your home, start with a call to Window Nation. Now, they're offering you, listen to this, the Dan deal, a full 60% off all window styles, and you pay nothing for 2 full years. No payments, no interest for 24 months. Now, that is a great deal for great windows from Window Nation. They've got some of the best insulated windows money can buy. So not only are you saving 60% on the windows, but the savings last for years to come on energy bills. You know, they've got over 20,000 5-star reviews, including mine, and Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Even Forbes has ranked Window Nation highest on their list of best window installers. Now, don't forget that great deal. 60% off all window styles, and you pay no interest and no payments for 2 full years. Mention my name, Dan Mandis, when you call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, Matthew Hurt is going to join us, our grassroots political analyst. Elon Musk has made such incredible sacrifices for this country. Tesla's under attack. X is under attack. He himself is under attack. And Elon is doing great work, and the amount of corruption that he and DOGE are finding is off the charts. And people do need to go to jail. You know who agrees with that? Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett.
And all you're seeing right now is the graft, and that's why the left is pitching such a fit, because Elon Musk very bravely has stated there is a paper trail, and it will lead us to where this is. And you know good and well that stuff's going to go right out of the American taxpayer's back pocket, right into the pockets of politicians. In the past, we've seen it go into campaigns. That's been documented through some other funding sources. But now I think you're going to see some people should go to jail, and possibly members of Congress.
So possibly members of Congress, because what the suspicion is that the money is going out of the government under Democrat-run administrations, and it could be getting recycled back in campaign donations. Do you have hard evidence for why members of Congress should go to jail?
Well, if they're involved in it, and if their family members are profiting from it, then you're dadgum right, they should. Absolutely, 100%.
There you go, Tim Burchett. The man speaks the truth. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A new bid to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. ABC's chief international correspondent, James Longman.
Ukraine and the United States are meeting in Saudi Arabia after President Zelensky wrote a letter to Donald Trump expressing his regret for how that meeting went. Now, Zelensky himself won't be involved, but his team will meet with the U.S. delegation led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. ABC understands that Ukraine will present its plan for a truce to stop Russia from firing missiles and drones into Ukraine.
And just this morning, the Kremlin accusing Ukraine of launching the biggest ever drone attack on Russia, targeting residential buildings. We've been telling you about government warnings to universities around the country that could lose their funding if they don't protect Jewish students. Well, UT has now been caught up in those warnings.
The University of Tennessee is on that list. Last year, the campus saw days of protests over the war in Gaza. All the universities that were sent these letters are under investigation or, quote, monitoring for civil rights violations of anti-Semitic harassment and discrimination.
That's News 2's Elisheva Wemberly. Now, UT says it provides support and resources to students, but doesn't say that it stops those anti-Semitic protests from taking place. The bid to rename BNA for President Donald Trump is getting some new life today. That bill was originally brought last month and then removed from consideration. Well, now Chapel Hill State Representative Todd Warner has brought it back, saying Trump is only the second president ever to be elected to non-consecutive terms, and he received 65% of the Tennessee vote. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News. You know, every time at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, here in my house, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now, you know, in my house, we're all working all the time. I'm doing show prep. I'm doing shows. Amy, of course, is working from home. Riker is gaming, doing homework, and all that he does on the internet as well. We do count on rock-solid internet for all of that, and I get mine from Xfinity. Now, listen, homework and our jobs, they don't wait for the internet to work. You do need a reliable connection, even when everyone is online and working. And as I said, I rely on Xfinity. And if there are issues, by the way, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Dan Mandis here. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now listen, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. They are the most experienced real estate team in the industry. And yes, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Looks this morning like there is a crash on the eastbound lanes of 24 at Medical Center Parkway, exit 76, and the right shoulder is blocked off there this morning. And lots of delays. Not really sure why the traffic center isn't saying, but it is slow on 24 on the westbound side as you make your way through, what's this, Burkett Road area up to through Laverne and through through Nashville. So big delays on 24. Not really sure why. You might need to schedule some extra time into your commute. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Matthew Hurt is joining us, our grassroots political analyst. Matthew, always great to have you on. So I know you have a tendency to listen on the days that you're going to be on. Politico has this great story. I love it. Potty-mouthed Democrats have some new fighting words that we cannot put in this headline. And the whole article is about how the Democrats, led by Jasmine Crockett, they're potty-mouthing all the time. And the article quotes some folks that are, within the Democrat Party, and they're saying that this is really not the way to connect with the American people. What say you?
Dan, this is bleeping outrageous. What I can guarantee is that some consultant told Democrats that to be more relatable, to be more personable, to reach out and connect with the quote-unquote blue-collar community, someone told them use foul language, use something that the blue-collar folks will align with. I think this is absolutely outrageous. From these kinds of comments to the cringy TikTok videos and other things we've seen over the last few weeks, Democrats are scrambling to try to be relatable, and it is just not working. Not only is it not working, but things like this just feel disingenuous, and the average voter can tell. So this is just another effort by the Democrats post-election, post-defeat by Donald Trump in November, to try to be relatable, and it just falls flat. And it's, quite honestly, pretty offensive to many Americans.
Well, it is, and as I said during that monologue, it's like they don't have anything to say. They don't really have much they can do right now. So somebody has it in their right mind to make cringy TikTok videos and just curse up a storm. And it doesn't make any sense. CNN has a story. They had a headline. And what they said was that Elon Musk is talking about eliminating Social Security and Medicare. Now, the thing is, and I played the audio earlier, that is not what Elon Musk told Larry Kudlow. And so basically, big shock is that they are lying about what Elon said. I'm going to actually play what Elon said because I think it does bear repeating. I did just play this.
The race report in entitlement spending, which is all of the which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. That's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year.
Yeah, and he's talking about finding the waste and fraud within those programs. And so when they're not cursing, they're lying.
Yeah, this is something that Democrats always do because it scares a large percentage of voters. Older Americans vote at a very high percentage, people who are 65 or older. But this is something, look, I'm 38 years old, Dan, and I know that Social Security is far out of reach. It's very unlikely that I'm going to see the benefit of something that I realize I paid into. We should have a serious policy conversation among Americans who are under a certain age about Social Security. But for those individuals who are on track to receive it or who are receiving it now, there are going to be no cuts to those programs. But looking at it, this is, to be direct and blunt with your listeners, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And as our birth rate drops to 1.5 children per family, we've got a generation of folks who can't pay into the obligation that we're paying out of now. And so somebody like me, if you're under 40 and you have paid into it, you realize that we pay into a lot of things to government that we don't get ultimately. And we should have a serious conversation for younger Americans about the efficacy and survivability of Social Security. But for those who are retirement age or approaching, this is not a program that the president's administration is going to touch.
No, and what they don't understand is that when Elon and Republicans, and Rick Scott was part of this conversation too, where all we're trying to do is make it more efficient and cut the waste and the fraud so that it will be there for future generations, trying to make it better. That's what Elon Musk has been trying to do. The sad thing is, Matthew Hurt joining us, the sad thing is that everywhere, and I was talking about this earlier, everywhere Elon Musk turns, he is being attacked, whether it is X, whether it is Tesla. I know that you've seen the stories about how Tesla, people are no longer buying Teslas, especially in Europe. You've got the dealerships that are being attacked. You've got, the places where they don't fuel up, they get their battery, the charging stations, those are being attacked as well. And the man's life is being attacked. How long do you think Elon Musk is going to continue to be with the Trump administration?
I hope for the remainder of the term, but this is a serious thing, and it's what keeps good people out of politics. There's an account on Twitter or X. Her name is Data Republican, and currently her husband's whiskey distillery or gin distillery in Utah is being attacked by folks. This is what the left does. They personalize these issues and they attack. And even with Elon on Twitter, there's a woman who has claimed that Elon is the father of her baby, and she is a conservative. And so we see these sort of bad actors come out of the woodwork in places like this, and it keeps good people out of politics. I hope Elon sticks around for the duration of the Trump administration, and I hope that patriotic Americans stand up and push back against this kind of thing.
In the news today, you've got this Canadian Premier, Doug Ford, out of Ontario, Canada, which is where Toronto is. And he's threatening to cut the electricity to its New York, Michigan, and Minnesota. And obviously a very big escalation from a discussion of tariffs to now, we're just going to, no more electricity for you. Now, the reality is that those states don't particularly need the electricity from Canada because we can utilize our own. But, how do you think this whole trade war is going? That's a pretty big escalation on Canada's part.
Well, this specific instance underscores the importance of energy independence by the United States and all of the above energy policy that embraces nuclear as well. I've seen increasingly over the last 18 months positive comments about nuclear energy. I think it is important to explore that. We've talked about this before, Dan. These tariffs are, from the United States perspective, it's going to lead to higher costs of goods. It is going to lead to instances like this where people try to score political points in their own countries. And I think ultimately we come to a resolution where the American economy is stronger when we do trade with our partners, but as Trump has said, we trade fairly. And I think that is the direction we're moving, despite bloviating by another Ford in Canada. His brother was the mayor who smoked crack. So the family is a little silly.
Really?
Anyway.
His brother was a crack smoking mayor?
His brother Rob Ford was the mayor up there, and so they're cut from a little bit of a different cloth up in it's a little bit colder. They have to do things that keep them warm, and this is obviously the same kind of political posturing and bloviating we see occasionally from American politicians.
Well, it's like their own version of brain freeze up there is what's happening. 6:45, Nashville's Morning News. Hold on, Matthew. Let's check the roads on WTN.
I'm Christy O'Brien.
6:45, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 74 and sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt, is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. So, Matthew, one of the things that I noticed with the Democrats, just kind of hitting to all fields here, is they came out with a second cringy boxing, dancing kind of video. Who was telling them to do this? Like, is this coming from the higher-ups in the party?
Because of what we've seen, there were those series of videos where every Democrat senator said the exact same thing. We see these collaborations with 5 or 6 members of Congress. This is certainly coming from a PR firm or a consultant shop run by 20-somethings who have said, you know what, you need to be a little more relatable. I have only seen these cringy videos on Twitter or X, and I've only seen reactions about how cringe they are. I think, look, the American people want solutions to the problems. They want Democrats to work with Republicans when the ideas are good, when they have broad support, things like immigration, a lot of the economic issues and other things. There's broad support among American people. This is something that, again, Democrats are leaderless. And they're grasping for something to be relevant, and it is just not connecting with the average American, and it's kind of embarrassing to watch.
We have a continuing resolution that is going to be voted on apparently today. I do have Congressman John Rose joining us at 7:05, but let's talk about it. We have one Republican, Thomas Massie, who has come out and firmly said that he will not be supporting it. Donald Trump came out and said that he's going to directly work to try to get him primaried. So there's a lot of pressure being placed on the Republicans in the House of Representatives from the President of the United States. Have we seen this kind of public pressure campaign before Donald Trump ever?
Not before Donald Trump, but Donald Trump has promised to primary Thomas Massie in the past, and the Trump-backed candidate lost bigly. Thomas is a friend of mine and is the fiscal conscious of the House. They can afford to lose that vote, and I think it is important for Thomas, much like former Congressman Ron Paul, to do that. But Donald Trump has waded into primaries before, and he's had mixed success. And if he wants to get his agenda across the finish line, I saw a Truth Social post, I think last night or this morning, where he was congratulating the Freedom Caucus for supporting this continuing resolution. That is all well and good. I think Republicans can afford to lose Congressman Massie's vote, and I think it is important for Massie to continue to raise these questions because Republicans do need to get to a point where we're embracing the sort of fiscal matters. Again, all these DOGE ideas don't actually get cut. The future spending doesn't get cut unless Congress votes to cut them. And so it's important for people like Thomas Massie to raise these questions.
I think, there's some naysayers about DOGE, as you no doubt know, where people will say, well, the money's already been allocated, and so you're not saving as much as you think you are. But the point isn't that the money is being saved right now. There is some money being saved right now. But in the future, moving forward, we're saving a ton of money. And to me, more importantly than that, is that we are exposing what was going on under Joe Biden and the Democrats.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is again, it's a culture shift. You and I have talked about this as well. This is a culture shift in the spending habits of Congress. Do the DOGE cuts impact future spending now? No, but do they change the culture of a lot of these various departments and agencies? Absolutely. And to wind down the already appropriated funding or to cut it significantly changes the culture. And it isn't, we didn't get here overnight in Washington, and we're not going to fix it overnight. These, $1 million here and $2 billion there may seem like drops in the bucket, but it is a significant cultural shift. And I'm seeing it on the ground in Arlington and in D.C. These small dollar amounts, as the Democrats say, are making big waves in the political and employment culture in Washington.
Well, Trump even said, I played the audio, that he would like to see the budget balanced. I mean, do you think that is a possibility? He said he'd like to do it next year. I just don't see that as a possibility. But for the first time in a long time, a president is actually talking about a balanced budget. At least he's having the conversation.
It's an important conversation to have. Republicans balanced a budget in the 90s, and it is doable again. A lot of the spending that we see, these $3.5 or $4.5 trillion budgets, didn't even exist before COVID. And so just to go back to 2020 spending or 2019 spending, we would be in a much stronger fiscal position. We were talking about eliminating the national debt in the 90s. And I think it is important for the strength of the dollar, for the retirement of many of your listeners. We need a strong dollar. And to do that, we have to balance the budget and bring down the debt.
And that's what the Republicans want to do, bring us back down to 2019 spending. That's what is being debated and will ultimately be voted on in the House. And with that, Matthew Hurt, always great to have you on. How can people find you on X?
I'm on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right, 6:50, Nashville's Morning News. Thank you, Matthew. And Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, the controversial bill that's being considered in the Tennessee state legislature today, we'll tell you all about it. Also, a judge accuses DOGE and Elon Musk of operating with what he calls unusual secrecy, despite its wall of receipts on X. Those stories.
I was going to say, isn't there like an entire website and X account?
Yeah, but maybe the judge doesn't have an X account. I don't know. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, the funny thing is, Joan, not to belabor the point, but I think Elon and Donald Trump and conservatives, we don't want this to be secret. We want all of this to be known.
Shed some sunlight on it.
That's exactly
right.
The
disinfectant.
That's exactly right, Joan. Thank you. 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. You know, America is full of gun stores, but right here in Middle Tennessee, my home for all things two-way is the Glock store. Whether it is training, buying, or upgrading, you can count on the Glock store. Now, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that there's so many custom and performance parts. You've got night sights and competition triggers and red dot optics. There's so many ways to upgrade your firearm when you have a Glock. They could do all of that at the Glock store for free while you wait. There's always a gunsmith on duty. And yes, you did hear that right. You buy the parts, they will install them for free while you wait. There's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store, and free parts installation is just one of them. Now, I know that you're going to find lots to like about the Glock store, just like me. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online, shoot270.com, glockstore.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Hey, you want to hear something fun?
Love to hear something fun.
Scott Jennings is always fun.
Yeah.
Especially when he is surrounded by these...
knuckleheads.
These knuckleheads.
Yeah.
They're on CNN. And they bring up a great point. I love how on CNN they had this headline, backlash against Elon Musk. And it's like, really? Is that what you call death threats? Is that what you call trying to destroy the man's businesses? That CNN, that is your side. And so now they're talking about, and the headline on this is, Elon Musk says entitlements need to face cuts. And it's Scott Jennings versus, I think, 3 or 4 progressives that are on this panel.
What you're saying, because when
let me tell you something. There's a huge able-bodied population in this country that should not be on welfare. That is a true story.
Okay, first of all,
Well, that's
welfare,
actually not true.
Hold on a second. Welfare is not the biggest driver of this, actually. But what I'm saying is that DOGE has put all this money on the board, and they've said, oh, this is waste, fraud, and abuse. And when you really look at it, they're just programs that that Elon and the president and random 20-something-year-olds don't like. So when you say fraud and abuse, there's not a lot of evidence.
The first word is usually waste, and they consider it to be waste.
Do you think they are not actually doing that? When Congress authorizes money for a program, or a program is duly authorized, that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. That's just something you don't like.
Abby, everybody wants to find waste, fraud, and abuse until somebody actually does it.
Do you think people...
This is the problem. This is the problem. They're actually saying, okay, maybe this is wasteful.
No, hold on for a second.
And then Washington goes crazy.
That's untrue. It's been done. The Clinton administration was able to put together an...
30-something years ago?
Right, but the point of it is the way that they...
never happened, and it definitely
it's been done, but the way that they went about it...
Let me ask you a question.
You know what the amazing thing is that you've got, number one, you've clearly... Scott Jennings is trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to talk over him. But you know what's also annoying is the perpetual eye roll in their voice.
Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't call it sarcasm, but it has that kind of tone to it.
Yeah,
you know?
it's a very sanctimonious
Talking
and
down
condescending
to.
tone.
Condescending. That's the word we're looking for.
And the frustrating thing is that there is provable waste, fraud, and abuse within these entitlement programs. And one of the things that you heard Abby Phillips say is, well, that's not the biggest driver, the greatest driver of all this. It doesn't matter what the greatest driver is. You got to just keep chipping away. You've got to just keep chipping away because, as Matthew Hurt said, there has to be a cultural shift where it's not okay to steal taxpayers' money.
Yes.
And so
yes.
And
not expected, because these people get into office and expect to become multimillionaires earning $100,000 a year.
All right, so let's see how this ends.
Study for 6 months and then to take a longer time to understand which government jobs needed to be rooted out. He fired a bunch of people. He ended with a budget. It's been done. It's just the way that you guys are doing it.
I know.
Is
And the way that
absurd.
we're doing it is that you don't want us to do it. In 2019, we spent $4.4 trillion as a government. Last year, we spent $6.2 trillion. The government's gotten more expensive and much larger over the last 5 years. The only question Republicans have is, does it have to be this large and does it have to be this expensive? That's the question. And Elon's finally trying to cut into it, and the Republicans in Congress need to help.
You guys, and here's the funny thing. Like, he's absolutely right. Our spending has increased, but have we got a whole bunch more people in this country? Like, has our population increased, to the point where we need to spend more trillions of dollars? No, it hasn't. It's Ukraine. It's all of this BS that we've been spending on foreign countries through USAID. We're not getting more from our government, but our government is perpetually spending more and more and more. And more often than not, it seems like they're spending money bringing illegal aliens in and spending money on foreign countries and not on the American people. That's why Trump is here, to make America great again. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good Morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 41 degrees, headed to a warm and sunny afternoon. Stick around for weather right after the news. Also want to let you know that out at BNA Murfreesboro Pike at Old Murfreesboro Pike, there is an accident this morning, and it's causing a lot of delays. Careful in that area. We'll have more right after the news. Tennessee lawmakers are considering a bill today that would allow schools to either refuse admission to or charge tuition for students who are not legally in the country. That bill drew protests at the State House yesterday.
It's cruel. It's cruelty, right? I've already paid for it. I should ask.
We recognize that the immigration system is broken. Our education system is broken. We should be working in solutions to fix this rather than make this divisive, racist.
The bill's sponsor is State Senator Bo Watson. He says teaching English as a second language is expensive. That bill heads to a House committee today after passing the Senate Education Committee last week. Well, we've learned that 2 people died on Saturday when 2 dump trucks collided head-on in Shelbyville. Tennessee Highway Patrol said that crash happened on State Route 437 when 24-year-old Marcus Johnston's dump truck crossed over the center line and collided head-on with a dump truck driven by 46-year-old Dante Gould. Both of the men's trucks caught fire. Both were killed. A federal judge thinks Elon Musk has too much power and not enough transparency.
Federal judge Monday night ruled that Elon Musk's White House Government Efficiency Office should be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It's a victory for an independent watchdog group. U.S. District Judge Chris Cooper determined that Musk's outfit must respond to an information request to learn more about the group's role in mass firings and restructuring the federal government, ordering Musk's group to preserve any relevant records.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. Meantime, Musk admits that his social media site has come under cyber attack, knocking users off the site for hours at a time yesterday. He tells Fox Business's Larry Kudlow that the attacks are coming from Ukraine. It appears X is up and running fine just this morning. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com, Wall Street suffered some big losses yesterday.
Fears around President Trump's tariffs and the possibility of a government shutdown dealt the NASDAQ composite its worst single day since September of 2022, a 4% plunge. The S&P 500 dropped 2.7%. The Dow Jones surrendered nearly 900 points to close below 42,000 for the first time in 2 months. Meanwhile, Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the U.S. could reach an agreement that heads off tariffs on imports of oil, gas, and other energy resources from Canada. Delta Airlines blames a weakening economic environment for its falling first quarter revenue and profit outlook for the coming months. The carrier's shares were off more than 13% in after-hours trading overnight. Volkswagen reports a 15% year-over-year drop in annual operating profit, blaming increasing costs and rising expenses related to its own restructuring. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Well, the stock futures this morning are pointing up. We've got Dow futures up 163 points. We'll see if it can hold on for another hour and a half until the opening bell. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next time. Joan Jones, WTN News. Got delays on 24 westbound up to Bell Road this morning. Not really sure what's causing that. Could just be a volume delay. Certainly is volume on 24 as you get to the merge with 40. That is really backed up as well. Out at B&A, Murfreesboro Pike at Old Murfreesboro Pike, there's a crash involving injuries. And another this morning in Watkins Park at Charlotte Avenue at I-40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones in the newsroom, KGB producing. Congressman John Rose from the 6th Congressional District is with us here. Congressman, always great to have you on. Let's talk a little bit about what is going on in Washington, D.C. right now. There is a vote to avert yet another government shutdown. That's going to happen today. Now, this is known as I'm going to air quote this, a clean bill. Talk about the details of what you're going to be voting on today.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me on again, Dan. It's good to be with you. These things are always, billed as a clean CR. Obviously, it is probably never the case that it's fully a clean CR, but it is relatively clean as these things go. A few very minor adjustments in the great scheme of things. And so, the real importance here is to avoid a government shutdown so that we can stay focused in Congress on passing the budget reconciliation that is really going to be the implementation of President Trump's agenda and get us on track toward getting our spending in Washington under control. So this is, if you will, yet again, kicking the can down the road. In this case, hopefully only a matter of 6 or 8 weeks until we pass reconciliation. And that's when you'll really see the major implementation of Trump-era policy and the real implementation of cuts and changes to spending priorities for the country that I think will get us on the right track.
It is interesting. A lot of people, Congressman, talking about Thomas Massie. This is what he has posted. The argument for CR in September 2024 was to fight in December 2024 after the election. The argument for CR in December 2024 was to fight in March 2025 after the inauguration. The argument for CR in March of 2025 is to fight in September 2025 because we're not ready yet, he asks the question. But I understand what you're saying, which is, because trust me when I say, and I've heard you say it too, just in your last answer, nobody is a fan of these continuing resolutions, but people who have looked at what the president wants to do, they're saying that there will be legit cuts when the final budget is actually comes down the pike and hopefully will be approved by the Republicans and the Democrats in the House of Representatives.
That's right. And I consider Thomas Massie a friend, but part of the reason that we keep having to do this is because there are always those who want perfect to be the enemy of good. So had, many of us had our way, we would have passed Republican priorities through the House last July, and we would have implemented a Republican-led budget for our appropriations for the 2025 fiscal year. But there were some people who didn't think we went far enough, who weren't satisfied with really good. They wouldn't take 80 or 90% of our policy objectives. They wanted 100%. So we then, because Republicans could not stick together, we had to pass the CR, and in that case, I think, use Democratic votes to do it. We fast forward to December, we find ourselves in exactly the same boat. A handful of Republicans who want perfect aren't willing to settle for really good. Thankfully, 2 weeks ago, we settled for really good. Thomas wasn't along for the ride, unfortunately, but, every other Republican got on board to establish the budget resolution, which establishes the framework that makes budget reconciliation possible. We do have this unfortunate fact that the current funding runs out this week, and so we've got to do something to buy ourselves a little bit more time. And the hope is that once we pass budget reconciliation here later this spring, that we will get back on track and we'll be able, hopefully, to take on the 2026 appropriations and do so under regular order. Nothing regular about it because it seldom happens around here throughout history. I think 4 times in all of history that we, since this process has been put in place back in the 70s. And so that's the goal. I think the budget resolution that we passed and that leads to the one big beautiful bill that will contain and carry all of the president's priorities, providing funding for border enforcement, making real cuts for the first time in a long time, and extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017, which will avert the largest tax increase in history if we are unsuccessful. So these are the president's priorities, and I think hopefully Republicans will come together this week. This is yet another, kind of way station along the way to accomplishing the bigger objective.
One of the concerns of a lot of folks is the raising of the debt ceiling. I think part of what the president is trying to do is he just needs some room to maneuver. Is that right?
That's right. So if we didn't do this at this point, then, we'd have a government shutdown that would occupy all of the attention in Washington, distract the president from his priorities, and, really stop progress, for example, at the southern border with respect to the remarkable achievements that the president has already been able to accomplish just in the first 50 days in office. And so I think we want to keep this train on the tracks and moving forward, and that's what the president has asked us to do. And after all, he's the one that the American people really gave a strong mandate to last fall.
Congressman John Rose is joining us. So, I mean, you speak to folks there within your party. Is this going to pass the House?
I think so. I mean, you never know about these things. There are always those who want to do something a little bit different, who are unhappy in some way, and we've got a lot of members who have, just pledged, I'm never voting for a continuing resolution, no matter what. And we need every Republican vote here. If the Democrats do what they're saying, they're not going to support this at all, which means they'll be voting. Democrats will be voting for a government shutdown. I hope that that's not what they do. They'll be taking the very cynical view that Republicans would be blamed for that shutdown if they do so. And so let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I would say to our Democrat friends, they should vote for this because, as they've so articulately argued in the past, a shutdown is not good for anyone. And I really do believe that. I would never rule out the possibility for using that as leverage if it was necessary. I don't think this is a place where it serves the interests of Republicans or the president, and I certainly don't think it serves the interest of the country to shut the government down at this juncture.
Congressman John Rose is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman, I got to jump the traffic, but I'm going to ask you about tariffs straight ahead. It is 7:15 now on WTN. Time to check the roads. Today, a high of 74, sunny skies, 41 now at WTN. Congressman John Rose joining us. All right, so the president put out this statement regarding tariffs, talking about Canada. You're on the Ag Committee, I believe. So Canada, he says, is charging the USA from 250% to 390% tariffs on many of our farm products. Ontario just announced a 25% surcharge on electricity, of all things. He goes on to say a few other things. But I was really interested to know your take on and your experience in Canada charging 250 to 390% tariffs on our farm products going into Canada. Can you shed some light on that?
Well, I think it's unfortunate that we see this kind of retaliation. You know, I think the president has articulated, I think, very clearly that, you know, we certainly, this country in the post-World War II era has embraced free trade, but that trade needs to be fair and reciprocal. And what we see from Canada and other of our allies who are trading partners is that they are constantly protecting their critical industries, what they consider to be key industries, and their dairy industry is one that historically they have sought to protect from, you know, U.S. products, and so that's bad for U.S. farmers, and we need them to open their markets and create a level playing field, and so it is just unfortunate that we see this, and I think the president is going to have to, you know, be resolute in fighting to level the playing field. We heard in the State of the Union address more broadly the president say that in early April we will implement reciprocal tariffs, and what he's saying is whatever another country is doing to us, we're going to do to them. And that, I think, is really at the end of the day gets to the crux of it. We want fair trade, not just free trade. We want balanced trade. We want reciprocal trading relationships with our trading partners. And I think if we have that, that will create opportunities for American farmers and American workers more broadly.
Are you worried about, you know, we've seen the stock market reacting. We're worried about prices getting or going higher. How concerned are you that we may end up in a recession?
I'm not particularly concerned. If you look at many of the other measures about which, you know, we historically would look to gauge whether a recession is in the offing, their signals are not there. Obviously, anytime you have disruptions to the marketplace and the tariffs create some level of uncertainty, markets get nervous and they telegraph that through volatility in market prices. And I think that's what you're seeing happening here. But markets don't drive the fundamental economy generally, and so they are, you know, typically just a reflection of the volatility that's happening out there. So I think as long as the fundamentals remain strong, so there's a balance of things happening here. The tariffs are going to drive up some costs, but they're also going to spur investment in the United States and reshoring of jobs that are coming back from overseas. That will create positive economic benefits here at home. And so I think that on balance, it's hard to say how this will sort itself out. I certainly don't think that those impacts are happening in real time and to the degree that the market might be reflecting this. So I would say that folks should remain calm, and those who invest in the market should, of course, for the most part, be thinking about the long-term investment. And if you follow and track markets over the long term, the U.S. stock market has been one of the greatest engines of wealth in the history of the world. And so don't get nervous and jump out unless you plan to stay out for a while. And then the trouble always is knowing when to get back in. But for most Americans, this is about the fundamental economy. And I think the president's policies will lead to a robust American economy ultimately.
Congressman, real quick, you've got this guy out of Ontario, Canada, the Premier, Doug Ford, and he is threatening to shut off the electricity completely to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. Now, I've been going over this with folks listening. Those states can get by without Canadian electricity. There's other places that they can get that electricity domestically. But I think this should be a wake-up call. We know that the grid is challenged, and I think this needs to be a wake-up call that if this guy out of Canada is escalating from tariffs to threatening to literally shut off the electricity, is this a wake-up call for Washington, D.C. to finally upgrade our grid and maybe go nuclear on some of our production?
Absolutely, it's a wake-up call, and I think we see this over and over again. We've seen the Chinese try to cut off access to rare earth minerals. I think this underscores why we need to be as self-sufficient as we can, and we can't ignore the fact that when the U.S. becomes totally dependent on a foreign country, that's not a good thing. And so with respect to electric power generation, it's really shameful that the Biden era Green New Deal policies have been shutting down perfectly good power plants here in the United States, favoring so-called renewable energy and green alternatives. And these have made us more reliant on countries like Canada for electricity. And so, we should keep our fossil fuel plants open. And until we have replacement capacity in place, and as you correctly surmise, much of that will be third-generation nuclear in the form of small modular reactors, and Tennessee is on the cutting edge of that with the first-in-the-nation small modular reactor planned for the Clinch River site over in the Oak Ridge area in East Tennessee. We're so lucky in Tennessee because of the great leadership in recent years at TVA that we get almost 50% of our electric power from nuclear. It's clean fuel, and it's safe, and it's done reliably, and it's baseload capacity that we can count on in downtimes and uptimes alike. And so the rest of the country would be well advised to follow the lead that TVA has set in terms of how we generate electric power.
All right, Congressman John Rose, always great to have you on. Thank you for joining us. I know a very busy day in Washington, D.C. We'll talk again soon. It is 7:21, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news at 7:30. Joan.
Stocks took a real beating yesterday. We're going to take a look at the early indicators on Wall Street as we await the open. And also we'll tell you what volunteers have pulled out of the Cumberland River during a cleanup over the weekend. Those stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:22, Nashville's Morning News. Nashville Tent and Awning. Friends, spring and summer is upon us. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event, maybe a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home, maybe a graduation ceremony, maybe you've got a big Easter thing coming up. Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. So if you have a bunch of family coming around, again, basically for Easter, maybe a wedding coming up, whatever, these incredible enclosures can make all the difference in the world. They've been around since 1884 in Nashville Tent and Awning. They are a Nashville institution. They've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. They're one of the top companies in Nashville. And so I want you to think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even when it gets really hot. If you've got an event for work coming up, they can also help you there as well with a tent or one of those amazing enclosures. And they've got awnings for any style of building that will improve the look and the feel of your home or office. Check them out online, ntaco.com. I like to say it's ntaco.com, ntaco.com. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884, Nashville Tent and Awning. 727 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. You know, it is so amazing to be able to see without glasses thanks to Dr. Horn and my friends at Vision for Life. Now, I needed corrective surgery to treat my cataracts, and I researched all the local ophthalmologists, and one guy kept showing up as Nashville's absolute best. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, they've been doing this for 20 years now, 20 years of helping folks see with 20/20 vision or better. Vision for Life has thousands of positive reviews, and they've been around for decades. But what was really important to me was Dr. Horn took the time to sit down with me. He answered all my questions, all my concerns, and I had a lot. He walked me through the entire process. I got to tell you, I'm weeks after this procedure now, and yes, I am at 20/20 vision and 100% satisfied with Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. My only regret is that I didn't do this sooner. Now, help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today. Call them at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, online, visionforlife.com. .729 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel, won't you? And you can watch on YouTube when you're walking around the house, and then you can listen on the radio on your way into work. Now, you can not only listen or watch, but you can also take the Daily Dan poll. And we switched it up from an earlier poll, and now our poll is, thanks to a big article in Politico on the potty mouths of the Democrats, is if Republicans had our own version of Jasmine Crockett, would you approve or disapprove? Would you condemn someone that spoke like Jasmine Crockett? All the F-bombs and so forth. And so far, KGB, what do people say?
95% say yes, they would condemn a Republican for pulling a Jasmine Crockett.
All right. Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation is coming up. There is big news regarding Ukraine. It is all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash out at B&A this morning. It's Murfreesboro Pike at Old Murfreesboro Pike. Been there for a while. It involves injuries. So it looks like they're still moving some equipment through that area this morning. Careful as you go around that area. All eyes on Wall Street again this morning after the markets plunged on Monday. It was all because of uncertainty over President Trump's tariffs against U.S. trading partners.
U.S. stocks suffering widespread losses amid an escalating trade war. The Dow Jones Industrial Average falling 2%, while the S&P 500 declined 2.7%. The tech-heavy Nasdaq plummeted 4%. Tesla, the electric car maker led by Elon Musk, sank 15%, and United Airlines and Delta each fell more than 4%. Following an interview broadcast over the weekend, President Trump said his tariffs could bring a period of transition.
ABC's Melissa Aden there. Now, stock futures are pointing upward, but they're softening a bit as we get closer to the opening bell. The former volleyball coach at MTSU has been accused of emotionally abusing players. WSMV4 obtaining a memo from the university outlining the complaints lodged against Chuck Crawford.
The university said in its memo that Crawford created an environment of fear and intimidation and emotionally abused players. Crawford told us today that he's not perfect, but that he has always conducted himself with integrity. MTSU has since hired a new head volleyball coach, but the women we talked to say they still wanted to speak up about the team's past.
As we all spoke up in this report to ensure no other girl had to go through this experience that we've been going through, and I just don't think the community knows enough about what happened.
Channel 4's Courtney Allen reporting Crawford resigned last month. Volunteers waded through the Cumberland River over the weekend, picking trash out of the water. The Tennessee River Keeper organization leading the group. They say they removed more than 1,000 pounds of trash from the water. and that includes 17 tires. The group says the rising number of homeless encampments along the river has contributed to polluting the waters. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Siga Jones, 732. Dan Mandis here. Listen, you need a pole barn in your life, and Stoltz Co. can build it for you. Now, Stoltz Co., they are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee, and putting up that pole barn could increase the value of your land big time, but it's pragmatic as well. You can use it for a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can just live in it. But pole barns from Stoltz Co., as you may imagine, they are flexible. They're built really well. And yes, you can use them for just about anything. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. So call these folks at Stoltz Co. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and figure out what kind of pole barn you need and how they can build it for you quickly and efficiently. 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992. They've got great socials as well. Find them on Instagram, find them on Facebook, or at their website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com. That is Stoltzco.com. .735, Nashville's Morning News. Stephen Bucci standing by. Big updates regarding Russia and Ukraine. Guys, if you're feeling tired, motivation just isn't there, maybe some weight gain and muscle loss, these could all be signs of low testosterone. And it's time that you found out for sure what's going on with you with my friends at the Low T Center. Now, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test. And with their on-site lab, you will get your results back immediately. Now, this isn't your typical doctor's office. They simply specialize only in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each individual patient. And by the way, for current patients, Low T Center is offering you a $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Okay, if you plan on going out by the airport, got a crash involving injuries. Been there for a while, too. It's Murfreesboro Pike at Old Murfreesboro Pike. Lots of delays around that one. And then you've got a crash, too, in Fort Negley at Chestnut Street at Martin Street. We are seeing some delays as well heading in on 24. In fact, after Laverne, looks like it's really jammed up. That is just a volume delay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather for today, high of 74 and sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Stephen Bucci, foreign policy military analyst with the Heritage Foundation. Always love your perspective, and he is our guest right now. Stephen, let me ask you, they're saying this is a make-or-break meeting in Saudi Arabia. You've got Marco Rubio, who is there, of course, representing America, and others from the Trump administration. And Zelensky has been there. I think he was there yesterday. Not sure if he's there today. But talk about this, as they're saying, a make-or-break meeting regarding these peace talks in Saudi Arabia.
Well, we had the kerfluffle last week, and that got everybody all spun up. And now we got to get the ship right. We've got to look. They're trying to negotiate something that's very, very difficult. Dan, they got neither side is going to even be vaguely happy with the results because both sides have going in positions that are just unreachable. Ukraine wants all the Russians out of Ukraine, wants everything to go back to the way it was, 20 years ago. That's not going to happen. Russia wants to keep everything it's stolen and probably get more and have complete control over everything Ukraine does as a nation, policy-wise, who they associate with, and that's not going to stand. So Rubio's got to lead this talk to get to a point where both of these sides can essentially declare victory and go back to their corners and hopefully not fight with each other again in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. That's going to be tough to reach. So I don't know if it's make or break. If they don't decide something in the next 2 days, it doesn't mean everybody's going to, turn into World War III. But we need to make some progress, if possible, here almost immediately.
Do you think both sides want this to end? I mean, I know Zelensky wants it to end. Everybody wants to come away with a victory or be able to claim victory, but is there a way for both sides to claim victory? I mean, they're both very polarized in their stances.
Yeah, they are. With national leaders declaring victory, sometimes you look at it and go, it doesn't look like a victory to me, but that's okay. If we can get these two sides to a position where they can at least find a way to sell it that way domestically, that would be enough. Now, I don't know if we can do that or not, because you're right. The two sides are so badly spread apart in opposite directions that it's going to be a tough lift to get there. But that's Rubio's task as he goes in, is to try and find a way to stop the killing and get both sides to agree to hold what they got at least, or maybe back off a little bit, and somehow give Ukraine the ability to be a sovereign nation. The Russians really don't want them to be a sovereign nation. They want them to be a vassal of Moscow. And I don't think we're ever going to go back to that. But on the same hand, I don't think we're ever going to go back to Crimea and Donbass being part of Ukraine and not under Russian control. And so it's going to make a lot of people unhappy regardless of where we end up.
So then here's the $1 million question, right? So they already have Crimea, Donbass. They're fighting over. I think does Russia now have Donbass? I'd have to ask you. You're the expert.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Donbass is that eastern sort of crescent along the border. That's the part Russia's had the longest.
Okay.
They took that before they took Crimea, and they had a plebiscite that, strangely enough, the Russians won because the Russians were running it, and that was before the invasion and to take Crimea.
So you've got Trump, who said to Zelensky, "You don't have the cards." And so I guess my question would be, does that mean that Russia does have the cards?
Russia, if they want to keep fighting, could potentially win, because eventually, they got a lot more people that they can Shanghai and throw into the battle. They're getting help from the North Koreans. I don't know how helpful that is as far as personnel. They're just mostly more targets for the Ukrainians to kill. But it's they've got longer reach than Ukraine has. So Russia has the advantage here. And the incursion that Ukraine made into Russia to try and put some more pressure on them to back off has started to wane. The Russians are slowly pushing the Ukrainians back from that. And Ukraine really doesn't have the ability to push Russia out of the areas in Ukraine that it controls. So right now, if you had to give them a scorecard, you'd say Russia was probably winning, and in the long run could win. But boy, there's going to be a lot of death and destruction between now and then if that's the course we decide to take.
So Trump and Zelensky, they've been fighting over this minerals deal. How important to America would this deal be?
It would be very, very helpful for America. The deal is for access to rare earth minerals, which right now are illegal to mine in the United States. So we have some here, but we can't touch them. It's just the process they use to mine these things is so horrific to the environment that our laws won't allow it. But we need those things. And right now, the only other area and peoples that have access to those are in China. And the Chinese want to keep them, use them as a tool to put pressure on the United States and the West. Trump is looking for an independent source of those minerals that we can control so that we don't have to bow to the Chinese when it comes down to a shortage of those minerals. So the United States controlling those things would be very good for the United States. I think it would also be good for Ukraine because it would be a pretty blunt statement to Russia to back off without calling it a security guarantee. So it allows Trump to be a bulwark against Russia for Ukraine without having to put in troops or anything else. It would be a signal to them to back off and stay away, and at least not take anything new.
Stephen Bucci with us, 745 Nashville's Morning News. Stephen got some traffic problems here in Nashville. We're going to check the roads real quick. We'll return about 30 seconds on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
An accident at Old Murfreesboro Pike. Emergency crews remain on the scene. Fort Negley, Chestnut Street. We've got an accident at Martin Street. No problems coming in on 65 or 24. No unusual delays on 40 or 440. I'm Christy O'Brien.
High today of 74 and sunny. 44 now at WTN. Stephen Bucci joining us on Super Talk 99.7. You're right. When you talk about this minerals deal, you've got Zelensky where he's demanding these security guarantees. But it seems to me, Stephen, that if he is a partner with America in mining these minerals, then that is a security guarantee because Vladimir Putin, he's not going to come bum rushing into Ukraine if we've got American workers there that are working on these, working on these mineral, wells or whatever they are. So it does seem like that kind of a partnership would really serve as a security guarantee.
It would, and it fits the model that President Trump wants. He doesn't want to do this stuff just because it's a nice thing to do. He wants to do it because there's some material benefit to Americans and to America's interests. And this deal would provide that. It would give us a great benefit. It would allow us to stand more independent of China's mineral control. And as you say, is exactly a de facto security guarantee without calling it a security guarantee.
One of the things I find interesting about all of this is the big, huge divide within the Republican Party. You've got Lindsey Graham, who is out there screaming, talking about how we need to threaten sanctions, and he's advocating for sanctions against Russia. Critics are also saying that if Trump stops supporting Ukraine, it could be as bad as the failed pullout of Afghanistan. And that's Republicans that are saying that. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree with that. I do think we should support Ukraine because frankly, they are the aggrieved party here. The people who are trying to say that Ukraine started it, that's a stretch. Ukraine wasn't doing anything to warrant Russia coming in and invading another sovereign country. But Vladimir Putin really wants to control the destiny of Ukraine because it's a food source for the world, and if Russia controls it, it really has another leg on its stool. Right now, Russia's influence is primarily based on energy. And if the energy, you can tough it out and tell Russia, go pound sand. We'll put on 2 coats for the winter and survive, and then get energy from other places. If they also had control of food, because Ukraine grows more wheat than we do, which is really saying something. We could probably grow more than them, but we pay our farmers not to do things. But that would really help Russia and give them a lot bigger role in the world, which is what Putin really wants. So he desperately would love to control that, but I don't think we can let him do it. It's just a bad precedent to set that could come back to bite us with regard to China and Taiwan, with regard to Iran and anybody who's owned an empire before could make the argument that they're just doing what Russia did, just trying to protect the interests, protect their ethnic brethren that are in these other countries, and we can't let that stand.
Stephen, last question, illegal immigration. Trump is now using, I don't know if you've seen this morning, Trump is now using the CBP-1 app, the very controversial app that Biden was using to allow people into our country. Now they've programmed it, they've updated it to encourage people to self-deport. We've also, of course, opened up Gitmo. We are deporting a lot of the bad guys that are out there. You and I haven't had an in-depth conversation on illegal immigration, I think just because there's so many other things going on. But, in 90 seconds or so, are you satisfied with what the president has been doing with illegal immigration?
I think they're doing as much as they can do with the courts, involvement on the fringes. They've gotten a lot more done this time than they ever did last time, but the situation's a lot worse than when Trump came in the last time. Using the app to suddenly facilitate self-deportation is a brilliant idea. Why build something new when you could adjust the one that was there that was not being used to our advantage, and now it is? That's a good deal. But look, this is a real difficult thing to do. Even getting just the criminal people out is an enormous task. And, we don't treat people like cattle. We actually treat them nicely, even bad guys. And so we've got to follow certain rules. That makes it more difficult. We have a lot of people, some in our Congress, some in our mayoral offices and gubernatorial offices, who want to put a show of protecting criminals for some reason. I don't understand. I don't think they treat American criminals this way. Why they're so worried about foreign criminals who are here illegally anyway, I don't know. But, there's some roadblocks there that have to be overcome. And I think they're doing a pretty credible job of it. Director Holman there he's working hard and he's pretty focused. Now we just got to keep supporting him.
Yep, and we got to figure out something to do with those mayors in the sanctuary cities who are standing in the way. Stephen Bucci, always great to have you on. Have a great rest of week. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, a vote on a continuing resolution in Washington. It may take place today. We'll tell you who's in and who is a no. Also, Southwest Airlines makes an earth-shattering change for travelers. Those stories and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. And I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or maybe even a couple $100,000? Look, if you own a home, You can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Now, they are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisal. The average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity, and that is your money, so you should use it. You can get approved in as little as 1 day, so you act right now with no hard credit pull up front. Find them online. It is loanpronto.com. The phone number, tell him Dan told you to reach out, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything. LoanPronto.com, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. $7:54 at Nashville's Morning News. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Superstore. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. So if you need a backup home standby generator, this is the place to call. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. The website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. That's GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. $7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. You want to have a Louisiana Senator John Kennedy moment?
Love those moments.
We got to get this sponsored. So he's on with Jake Tapper. And one of the things that I've noticed about the media is that they try to sort of convince America that we're headed towards a recession. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, okay, so things are looking, a little challenging. And then everybody starts screaming about a recession. And it's almost like the media is wishing and hoping that it would happen because then it would be something else to go after Donald Trump over. So you've got John Kennedy, a senator from Louisiana, and he's on with Jake Tapper, and they've got, you know, the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, and they're all going down. And so you've got Tapper that is trying to talk some sense into Senator Kennedy and say, don't you know we're heading towards a recession?
Any indication of a recession. We created 151,000 jobs last month. The unemployment rate is steady. The yield curve is fine. Businesses are still showing profits. I think the reaction of the stock market was with respect to two things. Number one, the market has clearly been overvalued. The S&P was trading at about 21 times earnings. 10-year average is from 16 to 19. But I think the real reason that the market had such an ugly day, and it was ugly, was concern about President Trump's tariffs. And I'll be glad to talk about that, but I wouldn't trade the American economy for any other economy in the world right now. Not Germany, not France, certainly not China, not Canada, not the UK, not any other developed country. And I think if you talk to Jay Powell, he'd say the same thing because he testified to that effect before us in our banking committee.
Yeah, and there you go. And listen, John Kennedy, he speaks the truth. You heard him talking about the jobs. And a lot of those jobs are because of those tariffs. Now, people are freaking out because Trump, in that interview with Maria Bartiromo, I played you the audio for you yesterday, he wouldn't rule out a recession. He says that our economy is going to have to go through a transition. And here's the deal. My 2 cents on this is, and I'm no economist, but we will have to go through a transition because what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to completely remake our economy and one where America makes a ton of money on tariffs. And I know there's a lot of people that don't like it, but there's also a lot of people that do like it. Most people don't know what's coming, but what I can tell you is that there has been a lot of job creation and a lot of money already made here in America because you do have companies and countries that are looking to avoid those tariffs. So they are starting to manufacture here in America. That does bring jobs and a whole lot more. It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still very slow on 24 this morning between Old Hickory Boulevard and Bell Road, heading into Nashville. Just a volume delay there. And we'll have more on traffic and weather right after the news. Well, we begin in Washington, D.C., where Democrats are threatening to vote down the GOP's short-term government funding plan that would freeze government funding at fiscal year 2024 levels through 2026. Now, it would also keep the lights on after Friday. Tennessee Congressman John Rose acknowledging that this is not the measure Republicans wanted to pass.
The hope is that once we pass budget reconciliation here later this spring, that we will get back on track and we'll be able, hopefully, to take on the 2026 appropriations and do so under regular order.
Rose talking with Dan Mandis earlier this morning. As of last night, several Republicans are still undecided on how they will vote. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting an anti-Israel activist. He's not a student at Columbia University anymore, and the Trump administration says he's been causing trouble on campuses for a long time.
As a Columbia University graduate student, Khalil helped lead pro-Palestinian protests. Federal agents arrested Khalil Saturday. He's currently being held at a detention facility in Louisiana. Khalil's attorney telling ABC News authorities told Khalil his student visa was being revoked, but he no longer has a student visa. He's a green card holder, a permanent resident, and his American wife is 8 months pregnant. President Trump writing, this is the first arrest of many to come.
That's ABC's Aaron Kotersky. A bill that would require Tennessee public schools to check the immigration status of children is headed for a House committee vote today after having passed the Senate Education Committee last week. Now, the bill allows schools to either turn away or to charge tuition to the families of people in the country illegally. This is East Tennessee immigration lawyer who tells News Channel 11 out of Johnson City that the law wouldn't stand a chance in the Supreme Court.
I think it clearly flies in the face of established precedent set by the Supreme Court in 1982 in Pyler versus Doe. Have that bill go up and eventually, hopefully, make it to the Supreme Court on a writ of certiorari and be heard and re-examine that.
That's lawyer McKenna Cox. Expect protest outside of the State House today. Dollywood is set to open for the season on Friday, but an accident yesterday led to one employee there to be airlifted to a hospital.
Pigeon Forge fire chief saying they were also called for a rescue of someone who was trapped. Dollywood saying that their priority right now is supporting that employee and gathering information.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. And the change that Southwest Airlines customers had been fearing has finally arrived. No more free checked bags for most travelers.
The Rapid Rewards A-list preferred members and passengers who book their top-tier business select fares will get 2 free checked bags. Frequent flyers and Southwest credit card holders will get 1 free checked bag, and everyone else will be charged for their first or second bags.
CBS's Marissa Perlman. The new policy begins at the end of May. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures barely holding on to positive territory. About a half hour to go before the opening bell. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, big delays on 24 westbound from Old Hickory up to Bell Road. Looks like it's just volume. I've checked out the cameras. I can't see anything that's making it so bad this morning, but acknowledgement there that it is pretty slow on 24 westbound. Also, you've got a crash involving injuries in Antioch. It's Hamilton Church Road east of Hobson Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Yesterday at this time, we spoke to Tim Leeper, who is an advertiser on the radio station. Everybody knows he is great at roofing and all those things. But he told us a more personal story about how his son was in one of these private prisons, and an incredibly personal story and a horrible story about how his son died in one of these private prisons. Someone had snuck in some fentanyl. It was slipped to Tim Leeper's son, and it killed the son. And so Tim told the story yesterday. If you missed it, it's an incredible story. We have a podcast, 997WTN.com. But his son ultimately was killed by fentanyl that had been sort of snuck in, he says, through staffing at one of these private prisons, CoreCivic, run by CoreCivic. And so it started Tim on this incredible journey where he is trying to draw attention to the fact that here in Tennessee, we have 4 of these private prisons, and they have them across America in states. But he's trying to draw attention to the fact that these private prisons, they're clearly not good for the prisoners. They have a higher death rate than in prisons run by the state of Tennessee, here in our state. So State Senator Mark Pody is joining me here in studio, and you are working and have been working with Tim on, in fact, I think he's going to be doing some testimony today, but you've been working with Tim on SB 261. And so what you're trying to do, what you and Tim are trying to do is, I'm going to make a broad statement and then you can fill in the blanks, but you're trying to hold these private prisons accountable. So number one, as I talked about yesterday, they're here in Tennessee, these prisons, they're being investigated by the Department of Justice. So these private prisons, and I'm not a fan of private prisons at all, but talk about what SB 261 would do. We'll start there.
Sure. So we actually have 2 pieces of legislation going through. The first one is Senate Bill 261, and it's an overall looking at the prisons, not only the private prisons, but across the state, all 14 prisons. And we got 4 of them that are run privately. However, they don't have any oversight. Like the federal prisons have oversight, the local prisons have oversight, but our state prisons do not. The only oversight that they basically have would be, we got a government operations in the legislature that they have to come through and give a report to. We've got standing committees in both the House and Senate that they got to give a report to. And in the Senate, we actually have 5 members of the senators, and I'm one of these members, that look specifically into the prisons. But we don't have any power or authority to hold them accountable. So what this bill that we're going to talk about is going to be oversight for everything, for all of the prisons. And then we got the other bill, and that one's going to be specifically looking at Charlesdale and just the private prisons and seeing what we should do on that. So there's 2 strategies of what we're looking at here. I can tell you that Tim Leeper's a friend of mine, and what happened to his family is horrendous, but it's not the only family that this has happened to. And we've got to get to the bottom of this, and we've got to do something about it. And it's up to us as legislators to do this.
So we have 4 of these. I want to focus on the private run prisons.
Sure.
So we've got 4 of them.
Yep.
And the prisoner to guard ratio is high. There's a lot of prisoners per guards. They don't have enough guards. And to read about all of this, the prison staff, they're part of the big problem here. They don't have enough staff, and the staff that they do, as the story goes, the staff that they do have, they are ushering drugs in. They're very heavy-handed in how they handle the prisoners as well. And everybody knows that prison is not supposed to be, a vacation in the Bahamas, but still, when you have prisoners that are dying, that's a problem.
That is a problem. So we're going to break down these 4 private prisons, and 3 of them have actual contracts within the county. So if we take like Hardeman, they've got a contract within that county. South Central has a contract with the county. And then we got Whiteville. They've got a contract with the county. Core Civic, the one in Trousdale County, is the only one that has a contract with the state. So they're different, they're set up differently, and it's a little bit harder to hold each one accountable depending on the contracts that they have. But Trousdale is actually one that has a direct contract with the state of Tennessee, and that is some places where things seem to be going awry the most.
Well, yeah, Trousdale, absolutely. So how do they get this contract? It's a 5-year contract. Am I correct in that? Somebody said it was a 5-year contract.
I believe so, and then they renew it. It's got to be renewed on a regular basis. Oh. And it's going to go up for bid, but there's nobody else bidding on it. So it's almost like there's only one corporation that's bidding on this contract.
So how do we fix it?
All right, so there's a few things that we've got to do. First, we've got to get accurate information about exactly what is happening. And the short term is what Tim is working on, and that is saying, hey, how can we hold that individual prison accountable? And if they can't manage the prisoners that we have, we need to cut back on the number of prisoners going in there. That would hurt them in their pocketbook and so forth. But a bigger picture is this is also happening in the other prisons, not only the private prisons, but the state-run prisons. We need to know exactly what's going on, the accurate information that we can have in so we can make the correct decisions as legislatures to go through. We need better oversight.
Where are the rest of the, I mean, let's face it, state legislature is very Republican. So
Yes.
where is everybody on this? I mean, number one, we clearly don't have enough prisons, and that's why we have to contract these 4 out. We need more beds. Is that basically the bottom line?
If these 4 prisons were not under contract today, we would not have the beds to manage the prisoners that we currently have. We are actually trying to put money aside. Right now, we've actually put money aside last year for another prison. And we know we have to build another prison. Tennessee's literally growing, and so we've got to take a look at that. We also got to be looking at these prisoners. They're in right now, but they're coming out. Over 90% of them are going to be put back into society, and our rate of them going back into prison is very high in Tennessee. So we've got to do a better job of saying, what can we do to make sure when they come back into society, they have a job, they got a place to live, they don't have to go back into a criminal element to survive.
One of the things I spoke to Tim Leeper about yesterday is in these private-run prisons, there's no program to teach them how to do a trade. And in the state-run prisons, I believe there are. And so in these core civic-run prisons, they need to do a better job of rehabilitating and not just punishing.
Sure. So there are actually programs in the private prisons for this as well. And whether the people are actually being taught because of low staff or whatever, it's not being utilized like they're supposed to be. So there's a point in time that's saying even though it's there and available, it's not being implemented the way that it should be like there are in some of the state-owned prisons. So that's an issue. We've got to be able to hold the private prisons right now accountable that if they're not performing the way that they should based on different standards, then we've got to hold their money where they will be accountable.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that you said a few minutes ago, there's nobody else bidding. So it doesn't sound like, who has the cards? Does Core Civic have the cards or do we have the cards? How do we make this better? How do we fix this as a state?
All right, so there's a few things we can do. One of them, we've got to have a better alternative for people to bid on this. And per day, we actually pay Core Civic less money per prisoner than the state itself has. So if you're looking at it on a cost basis, for every prisoner in a private-run prison, it costs the state less money. So it's kind of like a dollar looking at it of saying, where is it that it's financially advisable for us to invest in buying or building a new prison or buying one of the core civic prisons to do it ourselves? So that's a dollar number that we got to look at this point. Our point that the piece of this legislation that we're working on, these are human beings. And they've got, I'm not saying that we need colored TVs and gourmet meals in there, but we've got to make sure that there is a way that they can have a trade that when they get out and that we can rehabilitate those that want to be rehabilitated and bring them back into society. That is a better cost-effective way that we can do it than just putting them back out and bring them back into prison. And without the proper oversight, we don't know what's going on in these prisons.
Is there a resistance to oversight?
Well,
or are we just not doing it right?
I'm going to tell you, we are not doing it right, and you cannot have your oversight and you hire people, you hire your investigators, and they report back to you or they report back to the warden. When there's people like that that's actually involved in the corruption, you need to have an independent oversight. Everybody else does. Whether it's going to be the police departments, whatever, there's an independent oversight that if something's going wrong, they don't have to report to their boss to tell them. They can report to an independent agency to see what's going on. And that's what we're trying to do.
Senator Mark Pody is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7.
Right. So, Dan, with the two... No.
Got it. 8:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day today. High of 74 and sunny. Right now, 44 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Senator Mark Pody joining us in studio, talking about private prisons in the state of Tennessee. And there are two bills currently that you are working on and you're affiliated with. One is SB 261. I didn't catch the number of the second one, but it doesn't matter. Basically, you're looking for more accountability for both the private prisons and the state-run prisons as well. But is it it is an accepted fact that the private-run prisons by Core Civic, those are by far the worst?
Yes. So their numbers are not as strong as what the state-run prisons are. But by no means am I going to give a pass on the state-run prisons. We have an issue with those as well. The reporting that we get, it is not accurate. We don't have the right information to make the right decisions. We have just raised the money for guards and such. So if somebody's going to be a guard, we're trying to make sure that they're...
Well, whose job is it to oversee the prisons?
So right now, the governor is the one that would appoint the commissioner of TDOC, of the prisons. And then he's the one that's actually in charge of everything. But everybody reports back to him, and we need to have it where they report back to an independent agency, and we want to make that happen now. We don't want to wait. We don't want to wait a year. I think that we've got to get this information so we can make correct information and decisions going forward. We did create an oversight board. It is an independent board. It is now fully staffed right now, and what we want to do at this point is to take the current investigators that are underneath the commissioner and move them to this new board that is totally independent so we can get the information that we need. I think if we have better and more accurate information, we can make much better decisions and hold a lot of people accountable, including the private-run prisons.
So maybe I'm a little obtuse. Why isn't the commissioner that is appointed by the governor getting you the information that you need?
So I have asked for, in fact, one of the things that happened was when Tim's son passed away, I tried to get information. And the information was very slow in getting to me, and it was inaccurate. But it's not just his son. There's other people in state-run prisons that are coming to me with the same thing and saying, this happened to my child, and my child has died, my child. So it's not just the one prison. And we were having trouble getting it from a lot of different sources within the prison. So I called the commissioner, and I said, I need this information. I had it within hours. He was very responsive and got me that information. And he said, just call me whenever you need information. And I said, Commissioner, that's not the way it's supposed to work. Because if I have to call you as a commissioner to get what should be public information, there is a problem. I have to be able to get it from anybody that is holding that information. It doesn't need to be filtered. Give me the raw information so I can have accurate information going forward. And some of these things that I would like to know is how many drugs are coming in, how many people are actually dying of drugs, and they would put down its natural causes. And they didn't die of natural causes. They died of a drug overdose. But they're going to say, well, we weren't sure until an autopsy's done. But don't list it to me as a natural cause death when we know it was a drug overdose. And some of that information...
Are they trying to cover things up, or are they just being overly cautious?
I can't answer what their full intentions are, but I can tell you this, that any State Department that doesn't give me accurate information, I'm going to pull them on the carpet and say that is wrong, and I'm going to do the same thing with them. But in this case, we actually, in the Constitution, it talks about prisons. It says that our state Constitution, we're supposed to have times that we go in and check the prisons and so forth. And I don't think we have that right now, and I'm going to stand strong that we're going to fix our prison issues in Tennessee.
Whose fault is this?
I'm going to tell you, on part of this, I'm going to put it as a legislature. We actually had an oversight board, and there was a lot of oversight done. And in 2010, there was a lot of different boards. Some of them were good, some of them weren't good, but we came in and cleaned house. As Republicans, we said, we're cutting. Now we got to go back and say which ones were actually effective, which ones were meaningful in doing something, and that's what we've got to do is come back and say this is a board that perhaps needed to be in place, and we've got to do that and restore that right now. So I'm going to say part of it would have been my fault for letting this get to the point where it is right now, and that's why I've got to be here to fix it.
You're trying to fix it. So to me, there's a couple of big issues. Number one is we need to do, and we talked about this earlier, how do we get these people that are in these prisons, how do we get them so that they become productive members of society? That's obviously, and how do we keep these prisons from, turning out people that are worse when they come out than when they went in? And number three, we got to keep people alive in these prisons, and we got to keep from getting sued. So all of those things. Last question real quick. Who's on this oversight board that you have now, and how are they going to be able to interact with the commissioner?
All right. So right now, the oversight board that we're trying to create. It is the disciplinary oversight board. And what we knew was there were so many credits that when a prisoner did something wrong, they weren't being held accountable. And we think there were, I don't want to say bribes, but for whatever reason, their records were being wiped clean and they were getting out with good time and early behavior when they really didn't.
That's right.
And that is not right. So we created this board last year to start looking at that. That board's been stonewalled a little bit trying to get this information. So I want to enable this board that the speaker has put 3 people on, the governor put 3 people on, and the lieutenant governor put 3 people on. I want that board to have more authority. I want them to take the investigators that are currently there and move them underneath the new board that's already there, already created. So it's not going to cost Tennessee any more money, but it's going to give us the right information. They can have that within just a few months of up and going. And I would say that by next year, when we're running legislation, if we need to make major changes, we can do it. But I've got to do it with the correct information.
Yeah. Good stuff. Where's the rest of the body on this? Is this going to, are these bills going to make it through?
So I was actually supposed to be running my bill last week, and the chairman said, you know what, we need to keep looking at this, and he asked for a 2-week roll. So I'm running 261 next week. I believe I got the votes to go through in committee, and I believe I got the votes to get it through on the House. That's where we are at this point. The other one is Clark Boyd is running that bill, and that's being presented today
in the House.
In the House, and Tim's going to be testifying on that. As it moves through the House, I'll be bringing that over to the Senate.
All right. Will you keep me posted?
Absolutely.
All right. State Senator Mark Pody, always appreciate having you in. It is 8:23, little 8. Joan Jones, what's up?
Representatives from the U.S. and Ukraine engaged in peace talks and why the University of Tennessee is in hot water with the Trump administration. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:24, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for United Structural Systems. Been telling you for years about USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse USS. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that United Structural Systems, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they treated his home as if they were working on their own homes. He does give USS 5 stars all the way, and so do I. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Dan Mandis here, 826 Nashville's Morning News. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, it is spring rebate madness at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen to these rebates. They can save you money. A mini split, 17 SEER, or a heat pump, 17 SEER. They're going to give you an $800 rebate from Busy Bee. Heat pumps, 15 and 16 SEER. That is a $500 rebate. And duct sealing or repair, that is a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Join the Beehive Club today. You're going to get a $50 rebate on your spring and your fall tune-up. That means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. They'll even file those rebates for you so that you don't have to. There's a ton of other benefits when you join the Beehive Club, all of them to save you money and keep you maintained at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Find them online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A new bid to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman.
Ukraine and the United States are meeting in Saudi Arabia after President Zelensky wrote a letter to Donald Trump expressing his regret for how that meeting went. Now, Zelensky himself won't be involved, but his team will meet with the U.S. delegation led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. ABC understands that Ukraine will present its plan for a truce to stop Russia from firing missiles and drones into Ukraine.
And just this morning, the Kremlin accusing Ukraine of launching the biggest ever drone attack on Russia targeting residential buildings. It appears the University of Tennessee is under investigation by the federal government. The university received a warning that its funding could be pulled after anti-Semitic protest on campus last May. News 2's Elisheva Wemberly.
UT Knoxville issued a statement saying, quote, the university takes its responsibility to maintain an environment free of illegal discrimination very seriously. Anytime we are made aware of any issue, we provide support and resources to any potentially impacted students.
60 colleges around the country received federal warnings that they have an obligation to protect Jewish students on campus. The bid to rename BNA for President Donald Trump is getting new life. That bill, originally brought last month, it was then removed from consideration. But now Chapel Hill State Representative Todd Warner has brought it back, saying Trump is only the second president ever to be elected to non-consecutive terms, and he received 65% of the Tennessee vote. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Well, trading has just begun, and stocks have begun with a slip here this morning again after yesterday's sell-off. The Dow Jones Industrials right now minus 43. We've got the S&P down 6 points. The NASDAQ, however, is flat at this moment. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Joan, I've lost a couple of IQ points.
Because?
I've just spent a couple of moments listening to Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you going to regale us?
I will regale you.
Thank you.
Actually, coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here from my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. This is, by the way, the official jewelry store of the Mandis House for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry has been proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every single day. Now, listen, if you're thinking about popping the question, let Brentwood Jewelry take the stress out of selecting that perfect engagement ring. They can help you find a beautiful ring in your ideal budget. So you can browse their incredible selection of one-of-a-kind rings, or you can speak with their custom design specialists to create a stunning ring as remarkable as your loved one. So check them out, Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Their website, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. That website, one more time, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Dan Mandis here. Make 2025 the year that you get active again. Now listen, friends, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. I've been a client for over 10 years, and I've never felt better. I arrived in Tennessee. You know my story. I was riddled in pain. I went through spinal decompression therapy. For my chronic back pain, it really did help me a lot. Every once in a while, I need to go get an adjustment, and Dr. Kevin Mitchell fixes me right up. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on. They're offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th president, 47% off spinal decompression. That is huge. Now, they utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley, they are committed to helping you overcome back and knee pain. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. Always online, anytime, painisbad.com. Find them online again, painisbad.com, and take advantage of that big 47 offer, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. And I put my seal of approval on that deal.
Well, the delay is starting to ease a little bit on 24 westbound from Old Hickory up to Bell. Still a little bit slow, however. Gallatin, it's a crash and stop and go. Traffic up to this spot. It's at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, westbound past Greenlee Boulevard, exit 14. Also a crash in historic Buena Vista at 10th Avenue North and Garfield. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, what do you call the crisscross when the Chris doesn't show up for work?
Just a cross.
Is that just what it's going to be, a cross?
Yep.
Is that what we're going to do? All
We're
right.
going to cross him right out.
It's betrayal is what it is.
That's exactly what it is. It's betrayal.
I know he's listening. He's breaking
Where
my heart
is
right
he?
now.
Is he stuck in that traffic I've been talking about?
Well, I got a panicked text from young Chris, and apparently he overslept.
Unbelievable.
Get out of
That's
here.
his story, and he's sticking to it.
He's got 4 kids. Nobody oversleeps with 4 kids.
That's a great point, Joan.
Yeah.
Well, I did
Not
tell him.
buying it. Man.
That's what we say to him.
I did tell him that he looked like crap yesterday and that he did need sleep. Remember that?
I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I do
So
remember.
maybe, you know what?
It's
when
come full circle.
When I said that, I didn't mean to be late for work, man. I'm just kidding.
Okay, now it's kind of your fault.
It's always my fault. I've learned that over many.
Yes.
Even when I'm not a manager, it's still my fault.
At home. Yep.
At
Here.
home,
Yep.
at work, whatever. All right, very quickly. So Riley Gaines, of course, we all love Riley Gaines. She's awesome. And so she's got the fingers on the temple kind of a thing, because she, as well as all of us, are about to hear really stupid words of Whoopi Goldberg
Oh, no.
talking about men playing in women's sports. This is a post by Riley Gaines.
I will never not be impressed by how unintelligent and out of touch with reality the women of The View are.
When you come in and you say, these are men,
Competing
against women, you're assuming that the women are weak and just can't do anything yourself. Right here. Have you seen female athletes? They know what they're doing. So I'm not sure what's going on or why this is an issue.
The level of commitment to idiocy is actually remarkable. Let me help you here, Whoopi. This issue matters because women matter, because reality matters. These are the same people who at one point screamed and screeched, follow the science. Doesn't seem like Whoopi Goldberg is following the science now. Also, literally no one thinks that men shouldn't be playing in women's sports because women are weak. It is not misogynistic to point out that mediocre men can beat exceptional women. The inverse of that is not true. Take the U.S. women's national soccer team, for example. And if that wasn't enough, watch Whoopi Goldberg blaspheme the Lord.
God doesn't make mistakes.
No.
And the challenge is not to the trans people, it's to the people who are not trans. That's what God is looking to see, how you treat people.
Yeah. I feel like this goes without saying,
Wow.
but God does not pick and choose who he will judge on Judgment Day. Although Whoopi did get one thing right. God does not make mistakes.
Amen,
Therefore,
sister.
he does not put people in the wrong body.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
They're forgetting about this important thing that God gave us called free will.
So I'm sitting here trying to think of if I should actually say that God made a mistake in Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh.
I'm not going to say that, though, but I'm not saying that officially.
Okay, so but
I'm not saying
if you'd like to look at it in the very positive spin,
Yes.
God put Whoopi where he is so that we can all go, oh my gosh, what an idiot.
I loved it. What did Riley Gaines, her commitment to stupidity or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's God's will. God gave us the free will, and Whoopi used that to make herself look like an idiot.
Well, you know what? It's sort of like a benchmark. Do you know that The View has become sort of like a benchmark of stupidity?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Benchmark of
A benchmark of stupidity.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
you
it's
can't
kinda
reach
like-
that level.
Yeah.
Is it like The View stupidity level? Is that where we're at here?
Is that Mount Everest of
Well-
stupidity?
The Mount Everest of stupidity, Whoopi Goldberg.
You have to climb that sucker for a couple of days to reach that level.
But then you have to consider that there is an audience full of people clapping.
They're sheeple.
Yay!
Listen,
Well, they have the signs, right,
Joan,
that say
I was
applause.
gonna say they've
Yeah.
got the sign.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
least they can read. I think Whoopi is so completely out of touch. And sometimes you wonder, okay, so have they seen the videos of the volleyball player that got slammed?
Yeah.
And she had, life-altering injuries. Or the men who get in the kickboxing ring with the women. I mean, I don't understand how she doesn't see that. I honest to goodness, do you know, I saw Jesse Waters one time. Do you know how many people work on The View? It's like, apparently they've got like 80 producers and people that work on The View.
This is like the NPR of
And
television.
nobody is giving them facts.
Yeah.
Well, 60 of them have to say you have to apologize for what you just said. It's you just slandered them.
60 people are watching the apologies, present and future.
Just like, all right, which one was slandered today?
But the thing is, they are so incredibly out of touch, and people and Riley Gaines has a great point, which is because people always say, why do you play audio from The View? Why do you do that? Because that's the benchmark of stupidity. Although I think now we have another one with Jasmine Crockett.
Should we have a viewer warning every time we play The View?
I wonder
Just
how
like
long it'll be until Jasmine Crockett is on The View.
I think she's been on The View.
She has been, yeah.
we can't play that legally. Like for the sake of our listeners, we cannot play that. I think that's a line we cannot cross. Dan.
And hey, whatever happened to believe all women? Believe them. Believe Riley Gaines when she says, I was cheated out of medals.
But see, here's the thing. When they say believe all women, unless there's some sort of a dude that's pretending to be a woman, then you believe that person.
Believe all women when we want to believe them.
Have you heard this? Employers are being catfished by young workers, with recruiters supposedly seeing it happen all the time in workplaces. So apparently what's going on, 1 in 3 Gen Z employees admit to catfishing jobs. They don't show up for work. They go in, they go through the process of getting hired, and then they don't show up.
But why would they do
Is there a
what's
signing
the
bonus?
advantage to doing that?
I don't know.
Well, actually, I might have something.
Apparently, they just don't have anything else to do. They say 1 in 4 millennials, and we'll get to you in a sec. I just got to finish the setup. 1 in 4 millennials also admitted to this act, according to the 2025 Future of Work survey from CV Genius, compared to just 11% of Gen X and 7% of baby boomers workers. And this is happening apparently all over the country.
So catfishing is ghosting. Yeah?
It's more lying about who you are.
You're lying about who you are.
Oh, okay.
Like when you ghost somebody,
Yeah.
then it's somebody that that you've just decided you're done with.
Okay.
But catfishing is me going into like a McDonald's and saying, I really want to work at McDonald's. They hire me, and then I don't show up. And I don't know why they would do that, though.
Yeah.
Catfish also is like if you're talking to someone online and you're pretending you're someone else and you kind of have a relationship with them, but you're pretending to be someone completely different. That's also catfishing.
Yeah, you do it in dating kind of situations.
There's a TV show about it.
Oh, yeah, there is a whole TV
called
show
Catfish,
about it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible.
But you know what I don't get is, though, why would somebody do that?
Okay, so according to, this is Economic Times, 3 out of ghosted employers often citing perceived rudeness, misleading job descriptions, or delays in responses as a reason to do this.
But then why would they accept the job?
Why?
Yeah. But,
Do you know what I mean?
To screw with the employer, to mess with them.
I could have sworn it was because, some of those, they do signing bonuses nowadays. They do some pretty.
Do they?
Yeah,
Who?
I've seen LinkedIn. Oh, it depends on the companies, but I've seen like 5,000 signing bonus or 4,000 signing bonus just to get them in the door.
I don't think
But you can't get that bonus until you've worked for so long. Like you have to be there 6 months and then they give you the
I think
bonus.
part of what
I
they,
was not aware of that.
And I think part of what they do is like if some place says, it's been forever since I've looked for a job, but I think part of what they do is they'll say, we'll give a $5,000 signing bonus, and that is
sprinkled
giving to you in the first year, like your paycheck is higher for the first year, allotted during the first year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So 8203 said something that makes a lot of sense. They do it so they can keep getting unemployment benefits. Doesn't that make total sense? Like they get a job and then they can say, oh, I got fired from that job or whatever.
Help me out. Who is Gen Z?
I have it.
I don't keep these things straight.
It's the people born from 97 to 2012.
97 to 20. So how old are those people now?
So like
I can't do
28
math.
is the oldest.
All right. So the 20-somethings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was millennial by 2 years. I was born in 95. So I'm a millennial. And then people after 2012 are Gen X's or no. What is it after Gen Z?
Now, 1121 says job catfishing is making up fake credentials to get hired. See, you shouldn't be able to fake credential that stuff, though. I mean, isn't it really easy these days to confirm who said person is? I mean,
You would think so.
But you know what? I think a lot of these places, they're so desperate for people that they don't bother to go and check if they're telling the truth. Have you ever had to hire people, Joan?
No.
It is the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
It is just, you've got to go through the interviews, because this has actually happened to me. Like when I was hiring people here, I would have people that would say they would want the job, they'd want the job, they'd want the job. Finally, I offer them the job, and then they don't want the job. And nothing has changed. And it's so incredibly frustrating. I thought it was probably because they did some research on the company. I didn't say that out loud, did I?
You did. And HR is calling. They want you down the office.
Oh,
So
immediately.
I was your last hire. Was I just the last straw? It's like I can't interview these people anymore.
That was it.
Yeah, that was just your last
I was
straw.
done. No more hiring Gen Zers.
I wasn't Gen Z, but I understand.
Let's see here. Yeah, people are still talking about the whole Whoopi Goldberg thing. Assigning, Sally. Assigning, but by the way, I met Sally the other day at the event.
Oh, I think I met her too.
Yeah. Well, she was, I think she's the one that always is kind of like a malcontent, but she's actually very nice.
You hear what he's saying about you, Sally?
Yeah, like
there's some people that
better word for it.
Whatever. A signing bonus is not given out the moment you sign and get hired. You usually have to spend a certain amount of time with the company before getting the bonus.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was one of those things where hiring people is just the hardest thing in the world. And that was hiring people and managing people are the two things that I don't miss at all. You know, the other day.
Now you just spend time in the hot tub with the
Dangria.
daiquiri. Oh, right.
Dangria.
Dangria.
I'll get it right.
Trademarked.
Well, you know what the thing is? The thing is, and anybody who's ever managed people will tell you that is the worst part of any job. Hiring people, managing people. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Do you know what's great? Do you know that now that I'm no longer the boss around here, that most times on the weekend, I don't even have my phone.
That's really nice.
I don't even bother to bring it. It's like, honey, you got your phone, because she got the whole pay thing on her phone. So we can go out. I just leave the damn thing at home.
She's paying?
Why don't you join account?
A joint account.
Okay.
Join account.
Here we go. Somebody said this, and this is what I think about. This person, 8950, said, I've been ghosted by employers. And he said he's ready here. She said, I'm ready to work. I think employers do a lot of the ghosting.
Yeah.
Now.
Because
you can't walk into a business anymore and apply for a job. They say, go online. You gotta apply online.
Yeah, you got to apply online.
And then it goes up to corporate, and then you never hear from corporate.
Yeah. When you apply online, you're lucky here in like 3 weeks, and then you get the automated, sorry, we're not interested. Thank you so much for applying, though. It means the world to us.
Joan, do you remember going in and actually filling out applications?
A long time ago.
Long time ago, right? Like they don't even do that anymore, I don't think. Like,
no.
Even at a place like McDonald's or what have you?
Right.
I don't even know if any place has applications anymore. It's all done online.
Only if it's a local mom and pop shop.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
That is exactly
Usually
right.
you just walk in there. Can I have a job? They're like, I don't know. Can
They
I?
can look
Oh, yeah,
at
sure,
you.
you're in.
Get rid of that nose ring and we'll talk about it.
Listen, one of the best guys, do you know, I've told this story before. One of the best guys that I ever hired, I didn't want to hire. Many years ago. He's covered head to toe in tattoos.
Oh.
And he just got out of prison. And I hired him.
You did?
I did.
And how did he work out?
Fantastic.
What'd you hire him to do?
I don't have any tattoos.
Traffic reporter.
Okay.
This was years ago. And he got out of prison and he had all these tattoos. Nobody would give him a shot. And I had a feeling about him. And I fought hard for him. And I got him hired. I said, don't ever talk to any clients. And
stay away from the windows.
Yeah. And
stay away from windows.
You know, but he was great because he had something to prove. And he did fantastic. And he went on to form his own business. And he's doing great now.
Hey, that's a
Good for
terrific
him.
story.
It is.
Love it. Love
Want to
it.
give him a shout out? What's his name?
No, I don't want to give him a name. He's in Virginia. He doesn't care. It is 8. All right. To be honest, I don't remember his name.
There it is. I was like, that doesn't make
Why
any
would
sense.
you do that to me?
I don't know. It seemed like you were fond of this guy.
Oh, man.
How terribly. I don't remember his name, but it was like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. How long have I been here? 11
need
years.
supplements,
It was
buddy.
over 20 years. Oh, yeah, I know.
We're getting the deep grounds. Okay,
Moving right
let's see.
along. The Thing is playing. Joan, go.
Oh, yeah. So we'll tell you what legislators are voting on today that is drawing protest in Nashville. Also, a judge thinks that Elon Musk isn't being transparent enough, despite that wall of receipts that he's got on X. Those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:52. By the way, people are saying, what's wrong with tattoos? I've got both my arms sleeved. There's actually nothing wrong with tattoos. I'm actually going to get one, but, and I've been saying that for years, I know. But here's the thing. Back when all of this was going on, he also had face tattoos. Tattoos weren't not as cool back then as they are now. You know what I mean?
I'm not so sure. Well, yeah.
No, go ahead and say it. You're going to prove me wrong?
I don't know that face tattoos are cool.
Well, he did. This dude had face tattoos too.
So, yeah.
Tattoos are like works of art.
They can be.
Like you look at some people with tattoos, and they are absolutely works of art. Or you can have like a tattoo. You don't have any. Do you have any tattoos?
No.
Joan? So you can have tattoos done of like for me, I'm thinking about doing something with my grandson. Maybe his little thumbprint or whatever.
My niece got one across her feet. So it was a Bible verse, and it starts on one foot and goes across to the other on the top of her feet. I love
Is it
that.
a long Bible verse?
No.
Oh, okay. Just a little short one.
I couldn't tell you which one it was, but
Okay.
yeah.
8:53, moving right along. 8:53, Nashville's Morning News. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, if you need a gun safe, this is the place to buy your next gun safe. They are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because of that free delivery and free setup at DT McCall's. Now, you know that other places are going to charge you at least $500 for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 in smaller models. DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charges either. They got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, no doubt one near you. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. 8:58 now. Oh, look what the cat dragged in. Hi, Chris.
What's up?
How are you?
Good. You know, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and that's what I felt like I was doing today. Yeah.
I think he was pissed because I told him he looked like crap yesterday. He said,
Does he look like crap today?
He was like, I'm going to, no, he looks great.
I look very nice.
He thought, I'm going to sleep in so that Mandis can't tell me that I look tired again.
I don't want him to say mean things to me.
Now, why did you oversleep?
The time changes screwed me.
No, I don't buy that.
We got another month of this, trust me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
It takes me a while to adjust the internal clock.
Apparently so. Well, I had to be here on time. It's all good.
For the record, I wasn't late. It just wasn't on time.
Okay, good.
What?
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
It does.
Okay, good.
It
Whatever.
does.
Hey, that's your contract. Just kidding. What's coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about the Christians in Syria. That needs more media coverage. You're not going to see it on ABC, CBS, or NBC. We're going to talk about Elon and DOGE, and Elon versus Senator Mark Kelly.
Yeah.
Elon called him a traitor.
You know what?
Yes, he did.
Elon, man, that dude, I mean, I did a whole thing on the attack on Elon Musk and all things Elon, and I want him to fight back.
Yep.
And I love that he's fighting back. I know you've got some of that audio from the Larry Kudlow interview.
We do.
Great interview.
Plus, X wasn't the only social media platform dealing with the DDoS yesterday.
Okay, you'll tell us what the other one is.